Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the September 5th meeting of the Jersey City Planning Board. If we could come to order and please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everybody. Could we have a sunshine announcement, please, Cam?
Yes, good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Today is Tuesday, September 5th, 2023. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. This planning board meeting is being held virtually as a video conference that is open to the public. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on August 30th of 2023. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
All right, thanks, Cam. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. All right. Commissioner Torres.
Present.
Commissioner Gungadin.
Here.
Commissioner Stamato.
Present.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Here.
And Chairman Langston.
Here.
Okay, we have 5 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Could we swear in the staff, please, Mike?
All right, I see Cameron, Matthew, Francisco, and Markian. Do you guys find any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mike. Do we have correspondence, Cam? I know we have 3 things carried.
Yes, Chairman. Okay, so we have 3 items carried, and I'll just run through them real quick. They are items 9, 10, and 22 on the agenda. So first up, item 9 on the agenda has requested to carry with preservation of notice to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is September 19th. The case number for that item is P22-210. That's for a preliminary and final major site plan. A preliminary and final site plan with C variances. Sorry about that. Address is 27 to 29 Fayette Avenue. And again, that is to our next regularly scheduled meeting, September 19th. Item 10 on the agenda, also requesting to carry with preservation of notice to September 19th. That is case P23-076. That is for a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. The address is 829 Bergen Avenue. And again, they are requesting to carry with preservation of notice to September 19th, our next regularly scheduled meeting. And then the third item requesting to carry with preservation of notice to September 19th is item 22 on the agenda. The case number is P2023-0006. The address is 421 Central Avenue, and that is for a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Again, carrying with preservation of notice to September 19th. And that is all, Chairman.
All right, thanks, Cam. So if anybody from the public is here for one of those applications, you will not receive new notice. This is your notice that they will be heard on our next regularly scheduled meeting on September 19th. So with that being said, let's get into old business. Item 7A is case P2023-0045, is a 2-year site plan extension for 248 to 250 Academy Street.
Promoted, Gerard.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gerard Pizzillo. I'm an attorney with Genova Burns. I'm appearing this evening on behalf of the applicant Gopal G LLC and DVSRD LLC. They are collectively the owners of 248-250 Academy Street. It's block 12204, lots 1 and 30. Property is located in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment area and governed by the provisions of that plan. We are appearing before you this evening requesting a 2 one-year site plan extensions of the preliminary and final major site plan approval that this board granted in August of 2020. The project was called for, or the project that we were approved for was a 5-story, 60 bedroom or 60 unit hotel with certain, hotel amenities, a roof area, lobby space, little coffee bar. We did appear before this board last August 23rd of 22. We did receive a 1-year extension at that point in time. We are before you this evening asking for 2 years. The basis for the request really is the market conditions. Hotel financing at this point in time is very tough. My client has, irons in the fire and is looking to secure the necessary financing he needs. He is also looking at potentially, he was going to operate this as a boutique hotel. This was his dream, a longtime owner and resident of Jersey City. It was his dream to operate a hotel. So his plan was to operate it as a boutique. That's still the plan, but we are also looking to bring in flagships should the financing market or the finance market still be difficult. That really is the basis for our request this evening. I do understand, and my client does understand, that there were conditions that were attached as part of the first approval, P20-167, as well as the extension. And we agree that those conditions will remain in effect. And should the board grant our application this evening, they will still be in full force and effect. Happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have, but that'll conclude my presentation. And as always, thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
No, good.
Chairman, my only comment is we did grant a 1-year extension last go around in August. I believe at the time it was the same situation as far as trying to get the financing in place. So it's up to the board, but perhaps another 1-year extension is more in order. I don't know what's preventing this financing issue, Counsel.
If I may, Counsel, the last extension, we were in litigation with the owner, the neighboring owner. So it took us about, almost a year to fight to get access so that we could install protective measures to the neighboring building. So we had to go through a court process to unfortunately get that access that my client needed to move forward. So financing was a concern back in 22. But it wasn't the main basis for the request. It was we were in litigation with the neighbor. But I just point that to clear the record. Of course, I understand and acknowledge it's the board's decision to make.
All right.
Thank you,
Counselor.
Counsel.
So Santo, you think a 1-year extension is appropriate for financing?
I think so, Chairman, but obviously counsel can come back in a year and tell us that financing has been a struggle and he seeks a second extension at that point. He is entitled under the statute, as I interpret it, to 3 extensions. So he's used 1, he's seeking 2. I think 1 is appropriate, but of course that leaves open the door that he'll be back in this position come this time next year seeking yet a 3rd extension.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with the 1-year extension if you think that's appropriate. Does anybody else have any concerns, questions?
No.
I'm good with the 2-year extension, but I'll go with whatever you recommend.
Yeah, I have no problem going 1 year if that's Santo's recommendation. All right, so at this time, let's open it up for public comment. I see 1 hand raised. If anybody's here from public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise that hand.
Promoted Brian.
Hi, Brian. How you doing? I just want to swear you in before you speak, okay?
Yes, sir.
And do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Yes, my name is Brian Solarski. I live at 119 South Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07307.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Oh, I just had a question. One of the issues that that I got a notification for, I think was just moved to the 19th. It was the
Central Ave?
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I just had two questions about that. One, just because we're trying to jostle and accommodate everything with a small child, will it absolutely be on the 19th, or is there a possibility that it continues to be moved? And if so, is there a way to know about that before this happens? I'm sorry, I'm new to this, so I'm just asking.
That's okay. No, it's a valid question. I understand. So that application was pulled by the applicant, if I'm not mistaken, Cam.
Correct. You can
They
call this-
have they've sent the notice that you have in your hand is obviously the legal notice that they're required to send. So we are moving it, preserving that notice. So we're saying that it's going to happen on the 19th. They could move it again. It's very possible that they move it at the last seconds, or anytime between now and then. It's also possible that I know you said you haven't been to too many of these, but we have some gigantic agendas some nights, and we don't get through every item on there. So it's very possible we don't get to it. It would be towards the top of our next agenda, being that they're carrying it now. I would expect, if it was carried again, it would be the applicant carrying it. I don't think it would be a situation on our end. So there's, I hate to say it, but there's no guarantee that they don't carry it again.
And if they do carry it again, I wouldn't find out until we're on the meeting. It's not like posted on our website or anything like that, correct?
So you can go to the data portal for the city. It'll be updated. It'll show that agenda item on our agenda. But again, in the situation where the developer pulls it or the applicant pulls it sometime between now and then, it really wouldn't show up on that agenda. I know it's a strain. I get it. Believe me, I get it. Cam, is there any way to update the agenda when the applicants carry? I don't know how long ago this applicant carried, but if they do carry, within reason, can we update the agenda?
Definitely, yeah. When they notify us prior to sunshine, we do, but in this case, it wasn't. But they can always call the city planning phone number.
As long as you suggest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
On the day of the meeting.
yeah, that number is 201-547. I'll give you a minute.
Sorry. Yeah,
201.
thank you so much.
Yeah, no, it's 201-547-5050.
Can I just have it one more time? I'm sorry. 201.
201-547-5050.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You
and
got
you
it.
can
Yeah,
call
Brian,
Monday
I
or
would check
Tuesday.
in. I would check in Tuesday during the day
Yeah.
on the
Perfect.
19th, and they can give you that solid answer.
Perfect. I will. And just my last question. I appreciate your time. I understand that part of the thing will be the zoning of it. We also, as a community, had some concerns about the fact they're putting a Taco Bell in there, especially with so many local Mexican restaurants
So,
around there.
sir, we can't get into any of the questions about what is being proposed. The board's not allowed to discuss it. They don't have the matter in front of them, so we cannot get into any of that.
Sorry, my question was, will that aspect of it be discussed at that time, or will it be specific to the zoning?
The entire application will be, if it's proposed to be a particular operator, that will be discussed at that time.
Perfect. That's all I was asking. I apologize. Thank you very much.
You got it. All right. Anybody else from public? If you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if
Chair,
you're
see no more
calling-
public. See no more from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Where am I? Let me just get back to that day. Matt, this is yours. Do you have any comments, any concerns? Are you okay with a 1-year extension rather than the 2?
It's certainly the board's prerogative, and whichever direction the board goes in, I'm comfortable with.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm comfortable with a 1-year, according to Santo's advice, and I would entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0045, which is a 1-year extension and previously approved under case P 19-167 for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for a 1-year approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gongadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, council.
Thank you, commissioners.
We do have an issue with some scheduling. I would like to move one application up. I think we have Mr. Higgins I checked before. I think we have Michael Higgins. Yeah, I would like to call item 20 on the agenda and move that up. It's case P2023-0046. That's a site plan amendment with variances for 278 Grand Street. We could, let's bring Mr. Higgins up and just double check that he has his team here with him.
Good evening, everyone. You have me tonight for this matter.
Good evening, council. Yeah, do you have a team here for that item? I know I'm
Our architect should be on. If she's listening, if you raise your hand, yeah. Jing Jun, yeah. Okay. I think Cameron's promoting her now. Great. So Stephen Joseph of Cassano Quigley Cherami for the applicant. While we're waiting for that to happen, can we confirm we have notices?
Good evening, council. I am receiving the affidavit of publication with respect to the application at 278 Grand Street here in the city. I've had an opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order, Chairman, so we can mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, council.
Great, thank you. All right, so this is the board's least favorite application that gets heard before the board. There was a project that was approved and the building was built and it wasn't built in accordance with the plans. So we have a 2-family 4-story house that was built. It was approved for 42 feet above the base flood elevation. That was what it was approved for. What it was built for was 42 feet 7 1/4 inches above the base flood elevation. That is what is there now. When my client discovered this, and this is not what the construction drawing shown, the subcontractor, the framing subcontractor built it incorrectly. My client investigated this. My office has been involved in filing insurance claims against the contractor and the subcontractor. They're pointing fingers at one another. For 3 months now, we've been working, trying to get another framer to come in to see if the issue could be corrected. A lot of framers don't even want to touch it because it's somebody else's work. Others have said you have to completely deconstruct the entire building. It's not something that my client did intentionally. My client's not a builder. He hired out for this, and the contractor is saying it was the subcontractor who did it incorrectly. It shouldn't happen. This type of thing shouldn't happen. If the board were to deny this application tonight, we would continue to pursue our efforts against the contractor and the subcontractor, but it seems like they're going to fight this issue, and the insurance companies are not necessarily accepting liability at this point. So we're looking at likely years to resolve. It is an overage. It does require a C variance. It is 7.25 inches. So let's get the architect sworn in, and let's take a look at what we're actually dealing with.
Can I
How's
share
it
my
going?
screen?
Oh, how you doing? I just want to swear in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
yes. Jingjun Zhou, Jingjun, last name Chou.
Thank you.
Great. And
Michelle,
if you
good
could,
evening.
yeah, I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
Council. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if you could just give the board the benefit of some of your experience and your education, and confirm that you are licensed in New Jersey and that license is in good standing.
Yes, I am licensed in New Jersey, and I received my license from 2003. So I'm licensed for 20 years, and I've been practicing in New Jersey for 7 years.
Have you
Okay,
appeared in front of? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Council. I don't mean to jump in.
Have you appeared in front of other boards, planning boards, zoning boards in other municipalities in the past?
Yes, I have.
Can you just name one or two of those municipalities?
I've attended Bayonne and Chatham hearing, and once in Princeton, New Jersey.
That's fine, ma'am. And were you the architect of record originally on this project?
No, I was not actually. The property, as I understand, received approval by the previous owner back in 2017, and we were retained as architect of record 4 years later in 2021, when the client retained the property. The design was done already. We developed a full construction document set and received a permit.
Okay, understood. So thank you. You are qualified.
Okay, so if you could share your screen and show us what was approved and what the construction drawings actually showed, and then what the contractor built.
And Mr. Joseph, while we're loading those, correct me if I'm wrong, but the original application was for a minor site plan. There was no variance sought. The building was
That's
supposed to
correct.
be 42 feet. And what we're looking at is 42 feet and 7.25 inches as measured from
It's
the base.
43. It's
Wow.
43 feet, 7.25 inch. So it's approximately
above-
19 inch.
Yeah, but above
the
the
limit.
BFE, so it's above the base flood elevation. So that's where the discrepancy comes in.
So the height is measured and it's supposed to be 42 above the base flood elevation.
Correct.
And
now it's 43 and 7.25 inch above the BFE. So it's 19 inch above the limit.
So we're talking about 1 foot and 7 inches, not 7 inches.
Not 7 inches,
Brackets.
1 foot 7 inches. Yes.
Okay. All right,
Should I bring
if you
up
could
my
share the
screen?
plan and show this to us.
Yeah, I was disabled to share screen. Can someone help?
Sorry about that. Okay, you're good.
Mm.
Stephen, is Bobby Stanley part of your team?
No, we only have an architect this evening.
Okay.
Can everybody see my screen?
We
Yes.
can, yeah.
Yeah, so on the right is the original approved elevation. And on the left is as-built. We modified it per the survey. As you can see, the original design is from the BFE, it's 11 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet, and 11 feet plus the parapet. So the first floor and fourth floor are living floors, basically living room, dining room, and kitchen. Second floor and the third floor are bedrooms. So the contractor built all 4 floors pretty much the same height. They're all 10 feet 11 inches because they read the plan wrong and thought it's floor to ceiling height instead of floor to floor height. So now we have 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, and 10, 10, 10 and quarter, something like that. I believe the client explored the option to actually lower the floor, but it's difficult because the original design have these floor to ceiling, huge floor to ceiling windows. They have 0 tolerance. It's directly sitting on the floor, and there is no breathe room from the ceiling as well. So if we only take out 1.5 inch from the top floor, it won't work because we'll have to change the aesthetic and design. It will be a deviation from the design. So that's why we're proposing to actually getting a variance instead of changing the design. That's pretty much it. It's pretty straightforward. And I believe from my perspective, I think it's a much better design as well, because we have a little room for wall base and we have a little construction tolerance.
The 47 feet line that we have there, that's to the roof or to the roof deck?
To the roof deck.
So where's
Can
the
we
actual
zoom in because we
roof
can't see
line?
that on the screen?
Okay. It's 47.75 to the roof deck, including the
deck.
roof
So where's
structure.
where's the actual roof?
That's the actual roof. What do you mean by roof deck?
Well, you said the roof, what's occupied, what you could stand on at the top of the roof.
That's 47.75. There's also a parapet. And there is a little bulkhead that you can, walk out.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at is there's no space between the roof deck and the actual roof.
The deck itself, it's a tracks system. So you basically just place the tracks board on top of a shim. It's less than 4 inch tall.
I understand. Okay.
So the actual roof height that we're talking about then is at 43.7 1/4?
Correct.
I'm a little confused here.
You got to break this down because on the plan, it looks like 47.7.
Above BFE.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
above the BFE.
So the base-
so you have to subtract the base flood.
BFE. Yeah.
So that's what we need you to explain. The base floor elevation starts at what?
At 4 feet, BFE.
Okay, so where every bit of paperwork that I've seen except for these prints show that roof height at 42.7.25.
Yeah, because based on zoning code, the maximum building height
Well,
You're breaking up a bunch.
42
Yeah, you're breaking up. I can hardly
BFE,
understand.
and BFE is both.
I think we're,
Okay,
Jing
probably-
Jun, I
I
think
don't know how
you're
to-
breaking up a bit.
So, maybe it's easier to read this. Building height is 43.6 feet plus BFE. That's how the code is written.
it's 43 plus.
BFE.
The
That's how the code is written.
Yeah,
The maximum building height has to exclude the BFE.
Council, let's say it the other way.
sure.
To measure
So,
roof height, you measure it from the base flood elevation.
Mm-hmm.
So the roof is permitted to be 42 feet above the base flood elevation.
correct.
The base flood elevation is 4 feet. So you take the 42, you add the 4 feet for base flood elevation. So therefore, from the actual ground, you're allowed to go to 46 feet to the flat roof per the zoning code.
That's correct.
Okay, so what,
The original drawing shows 46 to roof deck.
okay,
And what
so
you're
we're,
telling us is the way it was constructed, it lands at 47 and 7.25 inch.
Correct.
Correct.
okay,
And if I
so,
understood, just for purposes of the record, Chairman, if I understood the testimony, the building has been framed and the windows have already been installed?
That
That's a
I do
question.
not know.
That's,
Stephen, do you know?
that's correct. That's correct.
So we're sealed in?
Yes.
And has any stop work permits been issued, or we're just discovering this, so it's been by the applicant to?
There was
stop.
no stop work order issued. My client stopped the work voluntarily when this was discovered and pursued remedies with the contractor.
So regardless of what happens between him and the contractor, if the variance is not granted, if I understand the testimony of the architect correctly, you gotta bring the whole structure down and start over because of the manner in which it was framed. It's not as if we framed the top floor incorrectly. We essentially framed each floor incorrectly.
Correct. They have to demo down to second floor, basically ceiling of first floor.
so if we could, let's stop the screen share. I think we understand the issue at this point. Santo, here's my problem. Is that, you know, aside from the architectural drawing that's in our packet, every other indication is that this building is 42, 7.25 inches, including the notice.
It sounds like it should be 43, 7.25.
So as far as I'm concerned, the notice is inadequate. And I don't think this application should be in front of us tonight until that's corrected.
I need counsel to confirm that with the architect, which is why I haven't brought it up yet. I was just trying to get to that point because it does say 42, 7 1/4, and I'm concerned that it's because of the way height is measured that perhaps council is correct at 42, 7 1/4, or perhaps council did make a typo and it is 43, 7 1/4.
I believe when we first calculated this, it was 42, 7 1/4. But the testimony on the record is that it's 43. I'm not
As
sure
well
how.
as well as the architecturals, if I'm not mistaken, correct? The architecturals show 43, 7 1/4.
So council, my
Correct.
suggestion would be that perhaps we make sure we know what we're talking about and get it right. And perhaps we have some planning testimony for the C variance.
Yes, I agree. If we could carry with preservation of notice, just in case that is correct, that the original calculation is correct. That way we could just submit revised plans. Otherwise, we'll renotice for what the correct height is.
It's a little sticky, but yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I
Santo,
think they have to confirm if they're right or if they're wrong on this 42 and 7 1/4 versus 43, 7 1/4.
Yeah, I think we'd be better off if we carried with preservation of notice to September 19th. And if that measurement does change, as far as the notice goes, as far as everything except for the architecturals, if we can confirm that the architecturals are correct, if it does end up being 43, 7 1/4, council, you would have to renotice.
Understood.
Agreed as well, Chair.
So I agree with that. But I just do want to tell council that, to the developer, that project for stopping it and, coming to it that way, because, this is what we're here for. Some of these developers are not builders. And for him to do what he do, I commend him for that. So I just want to be on the record saying that I do commend your client for what he's doing right now. I mean, sorry for the little setback, but we can move forward if we have the numbers straightened out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We want to do this correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Believe me, this isn't some kind of payback or punishment. I agree with Commissioner Torres. I appreciate the applicant finding out the problem, trying to rectify the problem, and ultimately coming back to us and seeing what we can work out. So with that said, do I need a motion to carry, Santo, or can I just carry it?
We should entertain a motion.
Okay, before I do that, should we see what Mr. Stanley wants? I see his hand raised. I don't know if this is pertinent to this application or not.
Chairman, it's up to you whether you want to open it to the public or whether you want to carry it at this point, but it's completely within your discretion.
Mr. Stanley had his hand raised since the beginning of the application. Let's explore what that's about. Maybe it's pertinent. Cam, can we promote Mr. Stanley?
Yeah, I'm waiting. They don't seem to be joining.
Okay.
Just giving it. They declined twice, so okay, here we go.
Okay.
Now they're coming.
Okay, gotcha.
And Bobby, if you're there, you can turn on your video and unmute.
Yes, excuse me. There was a plane pass and I'm outside my home.
Sure.
I've been a
Just
teacher.
real quick, Mr. Stanley,
Yeah.
if you could, are you able to turn your video on?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. And I just want to swear you in before you speak. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Bobby Stanley, 91 Astor Place. I'm currently a teacher in Jersey City for the past 25 years. And I'm just wondering what the process is for informing the community about what's going on. Because for me, this is the first day I found out that there was going to be a dispensary in the community. There's two high school. Well, there's a high school right there and an elementary school and a charter school up the street. So this facility will be right in the middle of all of those schools.
Okay, so we're not talking about the Academy Street
Okay.
application that is in front of us right now.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Um,
Excuse me.
You're talking about 95 Monticello Ave, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we'll be up to that. Depending on Mr. Joseph and his next application, we should be up to that soon.
Okay, great.
An hour or two.
Excuse me.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll see you in a bit.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
so I'll entertain a motion to carry this application then.
Commissioner, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to carry case P 2023-0046 to the September 19th meeting.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please, Cam?
Acting Vice Chair Gungadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
aye,
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor to carry.
Okay, thank you, everybody. While we have Mr. Joseph up, let's call item 11 is case P22-215. It's a minor site plan for 99 to 101 Graham Street.
Yeah. So you guys are gonna have Mr. Higgins for the remainder of the evening, but I do greatly appreciate your time. I'm sorry.
All right, thanks, counsel.
He will be quick. He will be very quick.
I'm sure he usually is. Not that you aren't.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, counsel.
Michael Higgins of Castano, Quigley and Cherami on behalf of the applicant. This is for 99-101 Graham Street, lots 3 and 4 in block 1402. First, I'd like to do some housekeeping and confirm receipt of our notices.
Just bear with me, counsel. I'm trying to pull it up.
Absolutely.
Chairman, I am to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 99-101 Graham Street. It does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you, counsel. Okay, so as I said, this is 99-101 Graham Street. Those are lots 3 and 4 in block 1402. This is in R1 zoning. So the total lot area that we have here is 5,000 square feet, and we're proposing to put on that lot a residential building with 6 dwelling units and 6 parking spaces. To accomplish this, we need minor site plan approval. There are no variances as part of this application. It's utilizing the affordable housing overlay, whereby the developer's entitled to build. The density standard is measured by the building envelope. So We have a signed checklist with the Division of Affordable Housing, where we're providing one low-income 3-bedroom unit, which complies with the required 10%. The only witness that I would like to have testify, unless the board has engineering questions, would be our architect, Avart Patel, who should be in the audience if we could get him promoted.
Promoting Mr. Patel.
Hi, Everett. How's it going? And when you unmute, I could swear you in.
Hi. Good evening, everyone.
How you doing?
Good
I'll
evening.
swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Avart Patel, Aavart Patel.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel, good evening. We've qualified you in the past. Your license is still current in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Okay, Avart, if you don't mind just sharing your screen and showing the board, walking them through
Sure.
your plans.
Can everyone see my screen?
We can, yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to quickly orient where the site is located. Site is located on Graham Street between Kennedy and Summit Avenue. As you can see on the site plan, there are 2 lots, and the total area of both lots is 5,000 square feet. Going to go to the existing condition plans. There is a 2-story dwelling on one lot. The other lot is empty. Moving on to the proposed site plan, as you can see, the structure is going to go on both lots with the side yards being on one side it's being 3'1", the other is 2 foot as required per the zoning ordinance. Gonna quickly move to the first floor plan. All right. As you can see, the entrance to the garage space is going to be from the Graham Street. We are providing 6 car parking spot, one of them being handicap accessible, and 1 van accessible parking. There's a small lobby to the front of the building with the elevator access and location for the mailbox. The bike parking or bike storage is provided within the parking garage. There's a small cellar underneath the elevator in the residential lobby, and that will mainly consist of all the utilities, the sprinkler, electrical, and a gas meter room would be located in that cellar space. There's a 1 staircase servicing the cellar. Moving on to the second floor plan, this level has 3 units at the second floor and 3 at the third floor. The unit toward the front is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit, and then Unit 2A is a 2-bath, 2-bed unit. Unit 2C is a 3-bedroom and a 2-bath unit. And then the third one is a 2-bath unit. And Unit 2C would be dedicated as an affordable unit, and I think Michael has provided all the paperwork in reference to that. Moving on to the third floor, it's a similar floor plate and a similar layout, except this unit 3C, which is going to be a 2-bed and a 2-bath unit, a little larger bedrooms and larger spaces, but overall footprint is more or less similar to the floor below. There is a interior staircase dedicated for this unit that would be providing access to the private terrace. And the same thing with the unit 3B. There's a staircase going to the roof, and they would have access to the private terrace as well. As you can see, the terrace is kind of split up in three areas, and each 3 units below will have access to the private terrace above. And then there is some common areas where the elevator bulkhead is, with the roof hatch access, providing access to the roof for this common area for servicing and maintenance purpose. This is the high roof plan, or a high bulkhead plan, showing the roofs of the staircase bulkheads with the open decks below. This is the front elevation along Graham Street. As you can see, the building entry lobby access is here, garage access door, and then the rest of there's a small window looking into the garage, but that's the extent of the first floor. On the upper floor, again, these are the 2-bedroom, 2-bath units. Overall architectural treatment is, we have a brick base at the bottom, and then the rest of the facade is a hardy siding, fiber cement siding with the 2 color options. As you can see, the main color would be the horizontal siding, and then the infill color would be a different color siding with the white trim work around it. There's a little bit of decorative cornice up top, just to kind of enhance the roof line, and similar treatment in the middle bay as well. Moving on to the side elevation, again, fairly straightforward. There will be stucco finish at along the first floor, and then the upper 2 floors would be the hardy siding. It's the other side elevation, with the Graham Street being on the left side. This is the rear elevation. As you can see, the units with the balconies, and there's no access from the first floor, as just a few windows bringing light into the garage. These are some of the diagrams showing the site lines from the across the street, and we had the bulkhead, or the staircase was going up to the roof. We eliminated that, and thus the variance was eliminated with that as well. And that's a schematic section showing the arrangement of the floor plates and spaces within the building. I guess that's about it for me. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patel. The only question I have is as far as fire egress off of that roof. You have
Yes,
one
so-
staircase per unit.
Yeah, so again, the way the fire access works is that the building is a 3-story building, and the building can be serviced with a 1 staircase, given that there are maximum of 4 units, and the building height is restricted to 3 stories. The roof level is basically, these are private staircases from within the unit going to the rooftops, and that is exempt from for the code purposes, meaning like you have a private roof terrace, or let's say you have a duplex unit, so that would consider a single dwelling unit, and they would be exiting through the staircase going into the main unit, which is considered area of shelter for multi-unit type of dwellings setup. And then they would be exiting out into the main lobby and the corridor going into the main staircase and out of the building.
Okay, so there's access from those staircases on the roof into the unit.
Correct.
So the only people that are allowed fire egress are the unit owners?
Correct. So these are private roof decks. So only that unit can access this this roof deck. This is a private roof deck for the unit below. As you can see, this is the private roof deck for unit 3C, which is this unit, and they would be going up this direction. This staircase is from within their dwelling unit. It's like their private staircase.
Okay, I guess I would have to go to Francisco, our planner. Is that according to code, Francisco? Is that legal?
I'm not 100% sure because I'm not an engineer or building specialist, but if it looks like if there's only one entrance to the roof and that's given to the individual who's occupying that unit, that it would be allowed. Just exactly as the architect explained.
Okay. Sounds odd to me, but I trust our building department and
Yeah, that's the only thing. If it is flagged, then it would be flagged from the building department.
yeah.
That is correct. Absolutely.
Okay, that would be my only question. Anybody else, anything?
This is Commissioner Torres. I do have a question. The architect, you can leave it on this screen right here, what you have now.
Okay.
I'm looking at the two sides of the buildings. The one building, when you're looking at the front to your left, the building next door has some windows, some pipes and stuff. So you're not, there is a walkway in between the two buildings on the sides that you're putting in, or does your property line, the building measurement is on one side is 44 and 11 inches. So that gives you about 5 feet left over in an inch.
Correct. So as
Back
you
of
can
the
see, on-
property is 44 and 4 inches. That gives you 6 feet. Do you have a side? So your sidewalks on the side of the building are going to be 2 feet going maybe to 3 feet?
so on one side we have a 2-foot setback, and then the other side, which is 3'1", and that's where we have the access door or the side door coming out from the garage, which is on this side here.
Okay. Kept looking for that and I didn't see it. So that's why I was going with the other numbers because I couldn't find that one. Yeah, so it won't affect nothing on your neighbor to the left's property. It's not going to be affected at all. Then
That is correct. Yes, we have left.
he does have, so he has a
setback.
electrical pipe there. He has some other flue pipe on the side of that building. So you're not going to affect nothing on his property.
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. Anybody else? Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patel. We appreciate it. If you could just stop that screen share for us.
Okay. Havart, could you stop your screen share?
I did.
Oh, okay. I see now.
Okay, there, we got it. All right, thank you, Mr. Patel. Council, the only question that I have remaining, and it would be a condition of approval. This is something I ask of every project containing affordable housing, that the affordable unit is constructed with the same fit and finish as the other units, and there's no difference between, you know, materials or appliances or the such between that unit and the market rate units.
Yes, we can agree to that condition.
Okay, thank you. So, council, I didn't mean to step on your presentation. Is that your presentation?
That does conclude our presentation, but I can answer any questions if the board has any more.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise that hand.
Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak on this application, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Francisco, do you have anything you want to add?
So I just want to add two little.
Unmute yourselves.
So one is that this application is not requesting any variances, and two, again, just for the record, the applicant will be providing 10% of the units on site affordable, which is one in this case. Staff recommends approval with conditions. I do want to know if the conditions were okay. Mr. Higgins, if you read through the report, if you agree with the conditions.
Yes, I read the report and the conditions are acceptable.
Okay. And
All
with
right, thanks, Francisco.
condition that, Chairman Langston add, just.
And that condition as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, I'll entertain a motion then.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-215 as presented to the board.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second for approval with conditions.
Acting Vice Chair Gingadin.
I just want to thank you guys for, even though it's one unit affordable, it still makes a big difference. So, big eye. Thank you.
Commissioner Torres.
I'll say the same thing. I should have said, thank you for doing the affordable. And with that, I vote aye.
Commissioner Stamato. You're on mute.
Sorry, aye, I vote aye.
And Commissioner Lipsky
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I agree with everybody else here. I'm happy it's a 3-bedroom unit. I know that's, you know, what's required in the overlay, the affordable housing overlay, but I am happy it's 1 3-bedroom unit. That's, you know, a 3-bedroom family that's going to be in there. So I'm going to vote aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank
All
you.
right, let's move on to item 12. Is case P23-050 is a minor site plan with C variances for 629 Liberty Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Benjamin Wine of Prime and Tuvel on behalf of the applicants, Jason and Janelle Mallory. Can everybody hear me all right?
We can, Council. Good evening.
Good evening. Good to see everybody as always.
You too.
So the application before you this evening is, as I said, for Jason and Janelle Mallory. The property is located at 629 Liberty and it's block 602 lot 35.0 in your R1 zoning district. The property currently consists of a 2-story single-family home with a detached rear garage. And I want to note that this property has been in the hands of the Mallory family since approximately 1980. This would be one of the kids, Jason and his wife, who are looking to convert this property from a single-family home into a 2-family home that approximately half of it would be utilized for him and the other half for a family member and their family as well. Ordinarily, this board, as you know, does not typically hear 2-family applications. We do have a single C variance, and I'll correct your agenda very quickly in a second. This would ordinarily be before the zoning board for a C variance approval on a 2-family house. However, in this case, the combined gross floor area does exceed 5,000 square feet, And for that reason, we do trigger minor site plan approval under your ordinance, thereby citing this application before the planning board, which is why we're here this evening. As I said on your agenda, it does indicate that we also have a variance for the building height. We actually don't, that has been corrected since, and we are compliant with the height. We do have a variance only for the number of stories, which our project architect and planner will walk you through in detail. Just by way of very brief introduction, this variance for the number of stories, it is entirely, in our opinion, a function of the very, very steep grade on the property, which we'll see in detail, whereby we actually comply with the 3 stories from Liberty. However, from Leonard, as this is a corner lot, from that side street, due to this sloping topography, what was a cellar level along Liberty becomes a basement. It comes out of the ground and thereby counts as a story along Leonard. As Francisco actually put in his planning report, were this an interior property, you actually would not measure from that side, and we would have simply been here for as of right minor site plan approval. I also want to indicate that throughout the course of working with this project team, we've had the opportunity to eliminate 8 existing nonconformities as part of this application, which Mr. Lewis will walk through in detail. Those 8 nonconformities have existed there for decades and decades, but obviously, since we're here seeking site plan approval along with a variance, we thought it prudent to plan a project to eliminate all 8 of those nonconformities. And with that, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, unless you have questions of me, I have 2 witnesses for you this evening that I intend to call. Jeff Lewis is our project architect. Carolyn Worstel is our project planner. And I do want to note that our traffic engineer, Lee Klein, is present, as that was a requirement because there is a curb cut here. But to the extent you want to hear from him, he is available.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
All right, thank you. So my first witness is Lewis.
So counsel, let's just, for purposes of the record, I did receive your notice. Your notice does indicate that you are seeking a height variance at 40.7 where 38 feet is required. Was there a change to the drawing that corrected that, or I should say changed that?
That is correct. It wasn't so much a change to the drawing as a change to how the height is measured, which Mr. Lewis will go through and is agreed upon with staff. I take that back. There might have been a minor adjustment to the actual building itself, but again, due to the way it's calculated, it has dropped by approximately 3 feet, not in actuality, but again, based on how it's measured in your ordinance.
So Chairman, with that, I've had the opportunity to review the notice. It appears to be in order, so we can mark it for purposes of record as A1. And then counsel, obviously, Mr. Lewis is going to provide that testimony. It's determined by the board that the height is measured and comes to 40.17, then we're covered under the notice, and you'll just seek that as a C variance and put the necessary proofs on.
Certainly. Thank you,
Okay,
counsel.
thank you, counsel.
All right, Mr. Chair, may I proceed with Mr. Lewis?
Please do.
Hi, Jeff. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey-Lewis.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, good evening. We've qualified you numerous times. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you,
Great.
Chairman.
All right.
All right, so Jeff, why don't you
Going
start
to
by,
bear-
yeah, you beat me to it, going ahead and sharing your screen. And
Okay.
Jeff, before you do,
Go
you
ahead.
have a couple of photos that were not previously submitted. So if you're going to refer to those, please indicate as such, and we can get those marked into evidence.
Okay, no, I'm actually going to use the photos from the planning report.
Okay.
I think they're pretty great. They show exactly what we need to show. So just to start, 629 Liberty Ave. This is an oversized lot. It's 54 feet wide by 85 foot deep. We're at the corner of Liberty Avenue and Leonard Street. We had talked about this steep slope along Leonard Street, so I want to show you what that looks like. So on the photo on the right is looking directly at our property here at the corner. And then this is Liberty Street to Liberty Avenue. I'm sorry, this is Leonard Street to the right, so you can see this hill going down Leonard Street. And then the photo to the left is taken from the bottom of the hill, basically looking up at our property. So this is the two-story house at the corner. This is the garage that's located on our property. And this is our sidewalk. There is about 17-foot difference in height from the front of our property to the back of our property. And I think you might notice here, there aren't many places where you see a sidewalk turn into stairs with a railing, but this is one of those places. It's a very steep slope. This happens like right after our property. So this is really the cause of the extra story that we're looking for. And so I just want to start going through the floor plans, and hopefully that'll be clearer. I want to start here with the existing and proposed site plans. The existing, showing everything that we're going to demolish, is on the left side. I'm going to start there. So we are clearing the site, which includes the demolition of the two-story home, the detached garage located on the back property line. We're also removing all of the paving and concrete on this site. Currently, the property has 100% lot coverage, and we will be reducing that to be a compliant 83.85% lot coverage. So we're going to gain that compliance. We're also removing all of these walls and fences that are in the public right-of-way, both on Liberty and Leonard. And also, starting with our curb cuts, we have an existing curb cut on Liberty Avenue here in front of the driveway. We'll be removing that driveway and replacing that curb. And then along Leonard Street, going into the new detached garage, we have a pretty wide curb cut that we will also be removing and replacing with a simple 10-foot wide curb cut. Sliding over to our proposed on the right here, starting from the outside, we are keeping the catch basin, the curb, and the ADA ramp located at the corner here. They're in pretty good shape. They're pretty new. The rest of the property, we are proposing brand new curbs on both sides, and of course, that new curb cut at the end. We are keeping the two existing street trees located in front of this property, and we are adding 2 more street trees along Leonard Street. We were requested to add 1 more tree, but the code just doesn't allow it. There's not the clearances required from all the utilities and the corner. So we will have to pay into the shade tree fund for that. Going back to the public right-of-way, we are proposing a 5-foot wide paver strip, which is going to go along each street frontage, so along Liberty and all the way around Leonard. On Liberty, we're proposing a new 10-foot wide concrete sidewalk over here. And then along Leonard, we're proposing a new 4-foot wide concrete sidewalk. Going onto our property, our building is set back 14.5 feet from Liberty, 2 feet from Leonard Street, 3 feet from, a little more than 3 feet from the left side, and then 20.5 feet at the rear of the building. On the left side, we have just a 3-foot alley that will have a concrete a concrete finish, just a sidewalk. Then along Leonard, we have that 2-foot space, which will be filled with permeable pavers. We also have permeable paver walkways in the front leading to the building entries. And in the front, we also have all of these large planting areas to provide new shrubs and green space. And then in the back of the building, we have that curb cut. And then we are, again, using permeable pavers to provide 2 parking spaces. Then we also have a stair up about a couple feet, which leads to a lawn area, a place where we're hoping to have 2 condensers, as well as a back door, which leads from the parking area up a story to the first floor, which would provide access to parking for each of the 2 apartments. Okay, so with that, I'm moving on to the floor plans. So as I mentioned, well, first let me mention that both of these apartments have their main entry coming from Liberty Avenue. You can see on the first floor here, there's 1 entry here, a 2nd entry here, side by side. Also, I just mentioned that back door. You can see.
Jeff, I think we lost your audio. Is that just me?
No, I don't hear him either.
I see it says he's connecting to audio.
Yeah, his AirPods might have died.
Let me text him because I don't know if he knows.
He's certainly talking a lot.
Yeah. Hold that thought. Sorry, Mr. Chair, do you mind if I call him?
No, go ahead, Council.
Someone could try stopping his screen share. He might notice that. Because I don't think he sees
Yeah, I think
anybody right now.
we just need to get his attention.
I stopped his screen share.
Maybe start another one. He's in the zone right now.
Yeah, maybe somebody could put on the screen.
I don't know if Mr. Lewis can, yeah, I got you.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I've never had this happen to me mid presentation.
No, this is the first for us too.
I love it.
2020, man. It's the longest year ever.
First time I see this screen.
Yeah.
I love the sense of focus.
Hey Cam, maybe if you kick him off, he'll notice.
That's
Because he's probably on another screen and not even looking at the board.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
Sounds severe, Miss Worstel. I love it.
Whatever we need to do to get him out of his zone. So
It's locked in.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I think he'll get another pop-up if you try to promote him, right?
Yeah.
still in there as a participant.
All right, promoting him again.
Jeff, do you hear us now?
I think Ben got a hold of him.
I'm sorry. Can everyone hear me?
We can now.
We can.
Jesus.
Yes.
all right. We got him.
So Jeff, the
So-
last thing we heard from you was you could see here on the first floor here, there's one entry here, second entry here, side by side. I just mentioned the back door. You can see, and then that's it. That's it. We lost you. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I'm really sorry. Okay, so so we're talking about the apartments. Let me just go back and I'm going to start walking through each of the apartments individually, starting with apartment number 1. Apartment number 1 is a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath apartment. It's 3,885 square feet. It's located.
Lewis.
Yes.
I can stop you before you get on another roll. We don't see a screen share from you now.
Oh, one thing. It's not one thing. It's the other, right?
All
There
right.
we go.
Glad we caught you early on this one.
I'm a little embarrassed. Okay, are we all good now?
It is coming up. There we go.
All right, we got you.
Okay, great. I'm sorry about all this. So, apartment number 1, it is located on each of the 4 floors. These are mostly split. So let me walk through these one apartment at a time. I'm going to start at the basement for the ground floor for the first apartment. Well, first, let me say apartment number 1 is a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath apartment. It's 3,885 square feet in total. Looking at the basement level here on the left, it's just this small little room here. It's a utility room and storage room. It's only accessed from this common hallway, so it's not connected to apartment number 1, but it's dedicated to apartment number 1. Moving on to the first floor, we have the main entry to the apartment. So we have this large entry foyer. We have a study in the back of the apartment, 1 bathroom, the front closet, and then an elevator and a stair, both of which connect floors number 1, 2, and 3. Looking to the second floor, again, we're talking about the left side of the building. So apartment number 1 on this floor has 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, including the master suite. And then lastly, to the right, this is the 3rd floor of the building, and this floor is entirely apartment number 1. This is the main living space for that apartment. It includes the living, dining, kitchen area, which has skylights above, as well as doors going out to the terrace in the back. It's a 35 by 15-foot terrace. The rest of this floor also includes a small bedroom in the front, a half bath, a closet, laundry, as well as what we're calling a man cave, which has a door from inside the apartment as well as out to the terrace. Moving backwards, I want to show you apartment number 2. This is a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath apartment. It's 2,939 square feet in total. Looking at the basement level, again, it's accessed from that back, can be accessed from the back door. This is a playroom and a half bath, and this space also includes a circular stair which connects the basement level to the first floor in this apartment, so there is an internal connection on this floor. Looking at the first floor, we're talking about the right half of the apartment, of the building, excuse me. So what we have on this floor is the main living, dining, kitchen area. In the back, we have a very small office with an inset 4x10 balcony. In the front, we have a guest bedroom. In the middle, we have a full bathroom. And we have a stair going up to the 2nd floor. Then on the 2nd floor, we're looking at the right side of the building again. And here we have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, laundry, and one of which is a master suite. So that's apartment number 1 and apartment number 2. With that, I'd like to move on to the building elevations. This is the front elevation to the building facing Liberty Avenue. The main finish is a smooth red brick blend. We have black framed windows with cast stone lintels and cast stone sills. We have a mostly glass with black framed front doors for both of the apartments. And then at the top of the building, we have a gray fiberglass cornice. Looking to Leonard Street, and again, we do have the same finishes on the front as we talked about. What I really want to bring your attention to here is just this slope. I think it's very obvious here how far down we're going. And I think it's also obvious that we do, from Leonard Street, we have a 3-story building very clearly. We're going down, it's just like I said before, it's a 17-foot difference from the front of the property to the back of the property. And I would just like to know, I think it's clear in this elevation, we did remove that piece where the terrace is. So we removed a little bit of mass here to try to relieve that 4-story feeling, to make it feel a little more like 3 stories. And the terrace that we took out is roughly the size of the basement that we did add. So we think we helped to balance that out there. These are the rear and side elevations. The The finishes are the same on both. Below the first floor, it's a smooth stucco finish. Above the first floor, it's vinyl siding, both of which will be light gray in color. So again, I am sorry for cutting out on you guys. Ben, do you have anything else you want me to address directly before
I do.
before we get that one?
I do. Just a couple of questions. First, can you confirm that this is not an accessible roof? So there's no bulkhead on top of like an additional
That's correct.
story.
We have this is actually a pitched roof just hidden in the front with a parapet. So this is not accessible.
Okay. And then in addition, obviously we're saying that we are height compliant. We're beneath the 38 feet that would be permitted, the 33 plus the 5 for the peak. So can you just walk the board briefly through how we get to that? I believe we have 37.5 feet measured.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. So on the front, the way grade is calculated, you have to calculate it from the center of the building on both street frontages. So we would take the grade from the curb line at the front here and from the curb line on Leonard Street, which gives us a very low number. But I think, as you can see, we do have 11-foot floor to floor in the front, plus that 5 foot above. So at Liberty Avenue, we're at 38 feet. It just becomes taller because determining the grade is based on this average plus this average, which brings our average grade down to below the grade at Liberty, if that makes sense.
Understood. Okay, and then I have one more question for you. I know these are on the civil plans, but if you can just confirm for the board that in addition to bringing the coverage into conformance, we're also proposing a stormwater detention system.
We are. I'm sorry, they're not on my drawings, but there's going to be a stormwater detention system located beneath the parking area in the back.
Okay. Okay, so Chairman, I have nothing further, I believe, for Mr. Lewis. I think that covers everything that I had intended to elicit from him.
All right, thank you, Council. Mr. Lewis, what's the measurement on the back elevation then?
The height?
Yes.
Okay, I will give you those numbers. So we have, I don't have the exact number here. It should be another 10, another 15. It should be close to 42 feet. I'm sorry, I'm sorry that I don't have, 41 feet, I'm sorry. It's here on the right, it's 41 feet.
So
yeah, Jen,
how is that?
you stop sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's 41 feet to the peak of the roof.
Okay, so how is that compliant with the 38 feet?
That's from the rear. That's not from the number that we need to calculate from.
So we don't have to calculate the overall in the rear of the property?
No, we use the street frontages, not the. Just like if you had a lot that wasn't a corner lot, we don't calculate when we're calculating the height of the building. We use what's fronting the street. We don't count the backyards, right?
Okay. I'll have to.
Yeah,
refer
and
to
I think Carolyn can probably address this as well, since she's going to be addressing the height variance. Maybe
Okay.
she can speak a little more clearly than I can on it.
And the other question I have, I guess we're calling it basement space for unit 1 and 2. I see unit 2 is has that spiral staircase, so it's connected to unit 2, but as far as unit 1 goes, there's no connection interior, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no windows in there either?
There's a back window. There's a window in the back facing the yard.
Okay, so we're saying that it's not habitable space, that it's storage only. My question would be, according to building code, is that habitable?
Technically, I guess the answer would be yes, but it's not connected to the actual apartment.
Well, that's my concern.
there's no way to internally get from that space to the apartment. And I mean, it's a very small space. We're talking about a 12 by 12 space.
Well, my glass half empty view was that this is now a 3-unit building.
Oh, no.
Jeff, is there anything we can do? I mean, do we need the window there? I think what the chairman's getting at is how do we ensure that this does not become, you know, an
Right.
additional unit?
And we'd be happy to get rid of the window. I mean, it makes it a better space just to have light in the space, but it's not necessary. It's not intended to be used as a bedroom. It's intended to be used as storage. So anything we can do to make that clear, we're happy to do.
Yeah, I think the only way to, ensure that is to remove the window.
But that doesn't assure that. Does it really?
I don't know legally what.
How come that's not, I'm sorry, Chairman, for jumping in,
That's
but
all right.
how come that is, I have to figure the same thing, how come that is not, part of the unit itself then, and not having a side entrance? Is the storage for the building, the people that own the building, or is the storage for, who's the storage for?
The storage is dedicated to the people that live in unit number 1, the property owners.
Unit number 1. So why doesn't it go through their property instead of outside off of their property?
Honestly, I think the reason we had the shared staircase already going from the backyard, which is something that we think is important to have the shared stair to get to both apartments from the parking. And I think just because it was storage space that he didn't really think he was going to use very often or go to very often, it didn't make sense to add an additional staircase for that very small space that he wasn't going to use very often. Again, I mean, Ben, we have options to either get rid of the window or even we could eliminate a lot of the space and make it so it's just large enough for utilities.
Yeah, I can find that out for you while we're on this call, if we can do that. Yeah, look, I understand that the chair and Commissioner Torres is concerned. Obviously, you know, as they would be the first to tell you, it's an enforcement issue, but this board also doesn't want to create scenarios that will lead to having enforcement issues.
No, and I understand that it's not this applicant's intention to have that be another unit.
Right.
But that enforcement only goes as far as the applicant has the property. If they ever sell the property, what stops the next owner from opening that up as a unit?
Understood. I think the size was our hope for the most part. And really the main reason we did it is because, the grade change is so extreme here that this is all above grade. This is all above grade as it is. So you're just going to be filling it in if we don't use it. But I mean, if that's what we
Well,
have to do.
Mr. Lewis, the question isn't necessarily about the access to that space, right? The utilization of the space, obviously, I think everybody agrees makes sense. It's the fact that we have an exterior exit and a window, and those things quickly turn into units.
Understood. And I do think that we'd be willing to, and I'm sure Ben's finding out now, but I think we'll be willing to just get rid of the space as much as we can.
Yeah, and Jeff, even if we do that, I imagine you'd still need, even if it's just like what appears to be like a 3x6 closet for those for that furnace and boiler, that you would still need, right?
Yeah, that's all I would keep. Exactly. Just a small space for the furnace, just a utility closet, and get rid of all the rest of the space.
Okay. All right. So Chairman, I can get back to you on that issue. Yeah, I can get back to you once I speak to my client about that. I understand the concern, and certainly we didn't anticipate that being a problem with this applicant, but we've both been around long enough to see that that may not be the case.
Yeah. Agreed. I hesitate to even move on because we need to see how that's going to be, if it is taken out, how that'll be taken out.
Jeff, could you speak to that?
Oh, sure. I mean, it would be really easy. We would just bring this up. Let me share my screen for a second and I'll show you. I'm sorry. Ben, do you have me?
Yep.
Okay, so I think what we would do is this block wall here would just come all the way, follow the stair up, and then probably follow this across. And then we would just have this as a closet. It would be about 5 by 10. Or it looks like 5 by 14. Actually, we can make it even smaller than that. We would only need this space, so about 5 by 7 or 5 by 6 or so would be plenty of space.
So that interior block wall would just be a continuation of the cellar component or the crawl space, I guess, component in the front.
Right. So yeah, this is all crawl space, and Ben, I did just see something from the client. He was wondering if we could keep enough space to have our utilities and also have a little bit of storage for his bikes. So he wants to put his bicycle in here too. So again, maybe if we just came right across here and had a space that was like 5 by 12, 5 by 14, that's
Okay,
certainly not big enough to be an illegal apartment, I would say.
That was going to be my
Especially with the utilities in it.
Yeah, that's my question. In 5 by 14, I mean, look, anybody can do what anybody wants, but in 5 by 14, could anybody conceivably live there? I mean, there's no bathroom, obviously, but could anybody live there or
right. And we would take out the window too, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you would essentially
there'd be a wall here.
Come across there with the wall all the way to the front or all the way to the opposite
down here.
wall. Okay, so you'll still have access from the outside for the utilities in the basement?
That's right. You'd come right through that back door, and you'd have the one door here for access to utilities and to be able to store his bike.
Okay, so how would we get access to those utilities?
Well, I would keep this door here, and I would keep the back door. So when people park back here, you come up here through the back door, and then I would just have this door here right to the back. We'll get rid of the window, but we'll have a space here that's about 5 by 14. And all the rest, everything in front of it here, this will all be crawl space. That'll be filled in.
Okay, understood. So you would get access to that furnace and hot water heater through that other door?
No, it's basically the same way you do now, right through the same door.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
We're gonna move this. We're gonna move all this over up to here into that space.
Okay, gotcha. So you're gonna move the hot water heater and the furnace.
Yeah, we'll move those into that space. So again, they'll be even less than 5 by 14 because we'll be using some of it for our utilities.
Okay, understood. Gotcha.
Okay, yeah, great. And so all this will just be crawl space in front of it. So that'll be useless.
Yeah, so Chairman, I mean, we're happy if you have any other suggestions to be, even safer about insuring against that. But I mean, I think that's a sensible thing that we can do.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. The only, thing I would ask is that is updated for signature sets if you get an approval from us tonight.
Of course.
Chairman, I just want to be clear, when you come in that back door, you can either go into the Unit 1 non-habitable or Unit 2 lower level, or you can go up the stairs, which puts you on that second floor. And then on the second floor is where you access either Unit 1 or Unit 2.
That's exactly correct, yes.
So that's a common staircase down to the lower level to 2 spaces that are not attached separately to the units. You have to go through a common area to get to that.
Only
That
for
being
apartment number
staircase or the door.
apartment number 1. For apartment number 1, that's the case. For apartment number 2, they have this spiral staircase inside their apartment, which goes directly to the basement.
In addition.
Yes, in addition. And the main purpose of this staircase is actually to provide everyone access directly to the parking spaces. That's why the stairs there, most importantly.
Got it, Santo?
Connected to the network.
Understood.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I would ask, that's, updated for signature sets.
Happy to do it.
Perfectly fine. And
So-
Chairman, it's a good opportunity to mention as well, I I received Francisco's staff report and would agree to those conditions as well as this condition that you've just added.
I don't think I have Francisco's staff report. Francisco, is your staff report on the portal?
I thought it was up there. Let me just check. 1 second.
So if not, we'll have to read it into the record.
No, it is not.
Okay, while we're working that out, anybody else, any questions?
I'm good.
No,
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. And sorry about the mistake.
No worries, we're fine.
All right,
Always a
so
learning
Chair,
curve.
Chair, with that, my next and final intended witness is Carolyn Worstel, our project planner.
Hi, Carolyn. I'll swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you spell your name, please?
Sure, it's Carolyn Worstel, Worstel.
Thank you.
Ms. Worstel, good evening. We've qualified you in the past as well. Your license is current tonight?
It is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Great.
All right, so Carolyn, you have heard obviously the foundational testimony. You've been involved in this project since its inception. If you could walk the board through the relief that we're seeking, as well as your general thoughts towards this application, that would be much appreciated.
Of course, I'd be happy to. So we're here this evening for the bulk variances for the height. I do want to go through, this is a very tricky height calculation because of our location on a corner and on a very steep corner at that. So I do want to go through that with a little bit of clarity. We definitely need a variance for stories, and I actually do believe we do need a height variance for feet, for 2 feet 2 inches, as shown on the plans. In this case, I do believe that strict adherence to the maximum height requirement for the R1 district for this site would be an undue hardship due to the exceptional topographic conditions of this property. So to give a little bit of the background about the calculations and some of the definitions that are at play here, per the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance, height is measured from finished grade. And finished grade for a corner lot is defined as the average of the elevation of the established curbs at the center of the walls adjoining the street. So in this case, we have to take an average of the curb elevations at the center of the property on Liberty, and then take another elevation or determine what the elevation of the curb is at the center of the proposed building wall on Leonard. And then from that, we take those two, we average them, and that establishes our finished grade. So with the proposed height, there is let me just open this up. Share my screen. I just want to go through show the elevation because we do show that calculation. Screen share. So this is sheet A11. And as you can see, we have our elevation here taken at the curb on Liberty, and we carry that line. And then we take another elevation of the curb here, which is taken at the center of the wall on Leonard Street. And then we take the average, and that establishes what our line of finished grade is. So this is our line of finished grade. And then because this building has a peaked roof, up here, we measure basically from our line of finished grade to the top of the peak. So that gets us that 40 feet 2 inches. And because we have the building height is permitted is 38 feet, that's how we sort of get that extra 2 feet 2 inches of building height. again, you know, this is a bit of a hardship because of how this application or how this site is situated. If this subject property was located one property over, and located, you know, on an interior lot and wasn't on a corner, you would only be taking the height measurement from the frontage along Liberty Street, in which case then our height is very conforming, is would only be 30, I think it's 31 feet 7 inches. Let me get closer in. I apologize, 37 feet 7 inches would be the height if you were to measure only from Liberty. So we get that additional height strictly because this is a corner lot and because our site is very steeply graded. So we have that it pulls our finished grade down from where you would otherwise measure it on Liberty. Additionally, this grade and the location also affects our need for that height variance for the stories. So the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance defines a basement as a portion of a building having less than 1/2 of its height below finished grade, and a basement counts as a story. Again, in this instance, I'll restart sharing my screen again for that elevation. Again, so this is here is our story, or right here, this outline is the outline of that basement. Because the grade, this is our finished grade here, but it's also, this ends up having less than 1/2 around the building because of how it all functions. We define this very conservatively as a basement level. And so we're asking for the relief for this basement. Again, if this was an interior lot, if it wasn't located on a corner, finished grade would have been measured from Liberty Street, which would be up here sort of at essentially the elevation of our first floor, in which case this would entirely be a cellar. And even if it was in the back, you had excavated out and you could walk out of your cellar, it would still technically be a cellar per the definition. So in this case, we're being conservative, we're calling it a basement, and we are asking for the relief for it as a basement for this project. Alternatives to having a basement level for supporting the upper floors would be, you know, significant fill potentially to be imported to the site, particularly over here at this corner, or stilting the building, which is also not permitted and would result in a variance. So we felt that this was the best planning alternative to enclose that area and to use it as additional living space and access from the rear of the property up into those units. And then overall, the project has been carefully designed to try to diminish the impacts of, especially at that rear area of that 4-story height, by eliminating the bulk on the 3rd story where we have that terrace. So we've really tried to make this appear to be a 3-story building from most vantage points. And there's only a very limited vantage point where it would appear to be 4 stories. I think overall that granting of these variances would advance the purposes of the municipal land use law. You know, this is a 2-family home in the 1 and 2 family housing district. So it would be an appropriate 2-family development consistent with Purpose A. It would establish appropriate population densities, again, as a 2-family consistent with Purpose E. And I think it would promote a more desirable visual environment consistent with Purpose I by constructing a new 2-family dwelling with the significant streetscape improvements that have been proposed. Granting the variances, I don't believe will result in a substantial detriment to the general welfare In fact, I believe this project advances the general welfare significantly. It eliminates that curb cut on Liberty, reduces the curb cut on Leonard Street to a conforming 10 feet. It's removing all of those walls which are encroaching into the sidewalk right of way and really creating a more open sidewalk for pedestrians. We're adding street trees on Leonard Street and preserving the existing street trees, which are two very mature street trees on Liberty and then on Leonard. And we're also adding significant landscaping in the front yard area where none exists today. So overall, I think this project will result in significant streetscape improvements that will benefit the whole neighborhood. And likewise, I don't believe this will result in a substantial detriment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. The project brings this property into greater conformity. As mentioned, we're increasing the front yard setback here to a conforming, I think it's 14.5 feet. We're increasing the rear yard. We're eliminating that non-conforming rear garage structure, which is too close to the property line, the rear property line today. And we're providing a conforming rear yard setback for the proposed building. We're providing a conforming curb cut and driveway on Leonard for 2 off-street parking spaces. And removing that second curb cut on Liberty Street, which would not be permitted. We're reducing the lot coverage from 100% to approximately 84%. So that's a significant reduction in lot coverage. And we're adding front yard landscaping where none exists today. So overall, it's brings the project much more into conformance with the requirements of the R1 district. And it also advances the purpose of the R1 district to encourage compatible infill development and preserve the integrity of residential neighborhoods. So overall, I think that this project, the variances can be granted as a hardship, as a C1 hardship test due to its location and its unique topography. And that overall the project meets all the negative criteria and really advances, the purposes of the R1 district and the general welfare. So with that, I have no further testimony unless people have questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Worstel. So our agenda lists a deficient amount of trees as a variance, so that's no longer necessary?
I believe Jeff had mentioned I think are required to have one more tree, but we cannot fit it along our frontages due to there's some steps on Leonard Street at the rear of the property, and I believe that there's a large utility pole that's right at the corner on Liberty Street, which restricts us from being able to provide it. So my understanding is that we were going to provide or do a payment in lieu into the street tree fund. Is that correct, Ben?
That's correct.
Okay, understood. And maybe it was the long weekend. I'm a little confused on the height variance right now. I thought the earlier testimony was the height variance was removed based on where the calculation was taken from.
Right. I think that everyone has been a little confused about this. I did spend a lot of time with the previous architect, Mukti, on this application. I know Jeff had taken this one over. There's been a lot of discussion about that, and there was some discussion about that, how high was the building? I know that there at some point were some potential changes to the roof line and the pitch of the roof, but I think overall, based on the plans that are shown this evening, which show that there's a height of the 40 feet 2 inches, we are permitted 38 feet as of right based on our floor to floor heights. Plus we have a pitched roof, so that gets us to our 38 feet, that we should request the variance this evening. But again, as I mentioned, if we were not at this location, if we were not on a corner, if we did not have this significant topography change between Liberty Street and the rear of the property, we would not be here requesting any of these variances. It's solely because of our location at the corner and the topography. If we were, again, in any other lot on this block, except another corner lot, if we were any interior lot on this block, we would be only measuring our height from Liberty Avenue, the curve at Liberty Avenue, in which case our height was 37 feet, I believe. That's it.
37.5, I believe it was.
37.5, I think.
Yeah, 37, I think it's 37.7 inches, which would be entirely conforming with the 38 feet.
So
Okay,
Carolyn,
so-
to the chairman's point, we would like to include that variance, and I think you put on testimony, but we would like to include that variance in our application.
Okay, so that's where I'm confused. Your opening statement, counsel, said that variance was removed. And then Mr. Lewis's testimony was that that variance wasn't necessary.
So Chairman, it happens occasionally, although it's slightly rare, but the applicant's architect and the applicant's planner do not agree as to the measurement under the code. So Ms. Worstel seems to take the more conservative approach in the way she's measuring it based on the definitions, and has provided her basis as to why the relief can be granted. Mr. Lewis's testimony was the way he measured and calculated the height, and felt that it didn't rise to the variance under the code based on the way he interpreted it and he measured it. I think the board has to make that decision whether they agree with Mr. Lewis or Mr. Worstel's testimony as to how to calculate the height, and then determine, okay, if we agree that a variance is needed, has the necessary proofs been laid out to grant that variance in this case? And I think the testimony is pretty clear that this comes into play because it's a corner lot. If it was an interior lot, the topography all being equal, this condition wouldn't come up, because it only comes up because you got the two street frontages. Any other lot on the block is measured from Liberty and would fall within the requirement. So we don't see it a lot that there's conflicting testimony as to the measurement of height, but if there's going to be a case where you're going to see it, it's going to be on something like this, where Leonard Street is so steep that there's actually steps in the sidewalk to walk down it. So
No, understood. I'm just trying to understand what we're voting on tonight. If it's our determination.
I'm sorry, if I could just briefly jump in. I would say, I don't think the discussion is not talking about how tall the building is. We're really just talking about where we measure from. The building, the building height is the building height. It is what it is. It's just a matter of where we're measuring the height from. So I think I would also be more comfortable asking for the variance and going with Ms. Worstel's calculation as opposed to mine, just to be safe. And just understanding that the building, we're not changing the building anyway, we're just changing the line we measure it from.
And Chairman, to piggyback on both Ms. Worstel and Mr. Lewis, even as recently as our prep call earlier today, we had kind of taken the opinion that, based on the measurements and the averages, we thought we complied. But in fleshing it out, and look, this is why we're here before the board. I think you made some good comments, and I think Carolyn is spot on for putting in her testimony. I think that's also why we obviously put that in our notice, just to be safe. And we'll seek that variance. I agree with counsel. It's one of those situations, and I certainly want to make sure we do this right, because the last thing that we would want is to go through this whole process, get an approval, and be told, down the line, you have to go back because you missed the variance.
Yeah, understood. I'm just, I wish it wasn't in front of us from the get-go that, that the height variance wasn't needed. That was in your opening statement. So it just took a little while to get there and figure out that it is needed. But we'll find we're fine. We'll move on.
And Chair, I apologize about that. I went off of the zoning table that we had updated, and I do apologize about that.
Okay, no worries. All right, that would be my only question for Miss Worstel. Anybody else?
Good.
Okay. All right, thank you, everybody. Council, is that your presentation then?
That would, like I said, I have Mr. Klein, if you had any questions about the reduction in curb cuts or access to the site. But if you don't, that would conclude my presentation. And as always, I'll just reserve the right to sum up if that's all right.
Okay, absolutely. Mike, do you want to open up public? I know we're way past your break time.
Yeah, I kind of do need a break, if that's all right. I know that we're right here at the end. I don't know if you
Yeah,
want to
no,
stay there.
it's
All right.
7:42. Let's give Mike a break. We'll be back at 7:52, everybody.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, if we could come to order again, everybody. Okay, so we're still in the application for 629 Liberty. At this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody from public?
Chair, seeing no more public, I wish to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Francisco, do you have anything you want to add to this?
So I think Ms. Worstel spoke to the majority of it. I did just want to share with the board some examples of what we were shown today. And there's specific corners within the heights. So at the end of my staff report, I basically show the side view of Leonard Street where the site at 629 is located, as well as the front view. But then the second and third photos are some more examples of homes that are on corners where the front appears to be 2 stories, but as you go down the steep hill on Leonard Street, it does show or appear to be 3 stories. And then the same thing on Columbia and Bleecker, where 3 is on the Columbia Ave side, and on the side of Bleecker you can see 4 stories. So it does exist and is compatible within the area. This example is exactly what Ms. Worstel was speaking to earlier, specifically the interior lots. So you can see on Columbia Ave and North Street, I believe this is on North. You can see 2 sort of newer developments, probably like in the 90s, 3 stories in the front. And again, as you go to the rear, I believe it's North, it does steep down just as Leonard. So you can see the example that it does have 4 in the rear. So these are just some examples that I wanted to share. Other than that, staff does recommend approval with conditions outlined in my staff report.
All right, and before we move on, Santos, should we mark that staff report? We haven't seen that. It wasn't on the data portal.
Let's mark it because it was not on the data pool.
Okay.
Okay, and Francisco, we would need you to read those conditions into the record since we haven't seen them yet.
No problem. Okay. So there are 3 conditions. The first condition is all materials and color selections shall be shown in the final plans. No change to the facade and site design, including materials, as well as any changes that may be required by the Office of Construction Code, shall be permitted without consultation with planning staff or approval by planning board. The second one is applicants shall provide an affidavit from the architect of record representing that the constructed project is consistent with final approved plans. And lastly, all street trees and landscaping shall be installed in the accordance with the Jersey City forestry standards prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy or temporary certificate of occupancy. And those are the only 3 conditions.
Okay, and the board is also adding the condition that the basement storage space for unit 1 is reduced in size.
That's correct.
And that would be reflected on any final signature plans before anything's signed. And Francisco, is there any way I'll follow up, when I'm in the office or whatever, but when those come in, can you send me a digital copy just so I can review before I come into the office?
Ben, can you actually send us the digital copy when it's ready and also the plan so we can upload it into the digital file it has, so it's easier?
Yeah, no problem. And Chairman, just to be clear, I think Mr. Lewis had testified that he would reduce that to 5 by 14. So I want to be sure that that's what the board is looking for.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, are you comfortable with that size?
Yeah, I think it's a 5-foot depth just across the whole back of the space. I think that'll be enough.
Okay. Yeah, we're comfortable with that measurement then.
All right,
Comfortable.
that's what we'll do.
All right, thank you, council. So, I guess at this point, do we need to go into a board deliberation? I think the variance, the height variance is, appropriate for the applicant to ask for, and, you know, Santo did mention that it is up to us whether we require that or not. I'm comfortable going ahead with the height variance.
Thank you, Chairman.
Was Ms. Worstel's testimony, I think, is accurate.
Yeah,
I'm
and Chair, I'll
comfortable.
just indicate for the record as well that, again, I apologize about misspeaking. I looked at the plans. We had our prep call. I thought we had figured it out, but you know, it seems that I would agree with you. It's appropriate to ask for it. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, council. So we're in board deliberation, so if anybody from the board wants to comment about the variance.
Just for the same reason that they brought it to the board today because of the variances, we should address it. And I like the fact that they're being cautious. We don't know what can be on the road, so putting the variance in would be a good way of this not coming back to us. And they cover all the bases, and they're willing to do the right things. With that, I'm very comfortable going forward with it, and I appreciate they brought it to us in this way.
Agreed. Okay, so let's move forward. I'll entertain a motion, and I think the board should require that height variance and vote, you know, as so.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-050 as presented to the board this evening, together with the additional conditions as required by the chair as well.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion made and seconded. Just to be clear, this is with the height variance.
Acting Vice Chair Ganganon.
I think the height variance do justify based upon the our plans, and my vote is aye.
Commissioner Torres.
It's a difficult piece of property, and like the judge said, we see it all the time. You know, just property. Just really did, like always, you really guys do your homework and come to us with straightforward information, which I do appreciate that. Bringing my time into this. And I like the fact that the space there, you understand why I took a stand on that space, because it can be changed down the line. It's like, you know, with a different owner, and you resolve that real quick too. You agreed with us at the board, and you made the necessary changes. I appreciate that. I just want to put that on the record that I thank you for doing that and bringing us the information that you have. And with that, I vote aye for this project.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Yeah, I like the fact that it's staying within the family. Not crazy it's going to be raised, but que sera, sera. I also like that it was voluntarily offered to, I think it was voluntarily offered to make a contribution to the whatever fund it is to help offset trees. So I vote aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Yeah, this is, you know, this is a common height issue in the Western Slope. You know, that's very steep back there. I heard the applicant say they want to store a bike in there. That I've ridden up Leonard Street. That's a rough one, man. But you know, that certainly speaks to you know, the interesting aspect of this application. And I think the variances, you know, that variance for height is appropriate. I don't think it has any detriment to the master plan or the, you know, it's not in a redevelopment plan, but, you know, to the neighborhood. I think had it been an interior lot, I agree, it wouldn't be an issue. So, you know, it's a special circumstance, and I think it's appropriate. So I'm going to vote aye.
Motion carries. All in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Council. You too. All right, let's move on to item 13. Is case P23-016 is a preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 361 Tunnelly Ave.
Voting Charles Harrington.
Okay. Oh, you got Brian up here and Sam Bellamy. Oh, there he is. Okay, great. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
We
good
can,
evening.
Council.
Okay, great, thanks. So if for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant for this application, I note that this is a notice case, so I'd ask that they be reviewed and marked into evidence.
Thank you, Council. Chairman, I haven't received the affidavit of publication with respect to 361 Tunnelly Avenue here in the city. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you, Council.
Okay. Thank you. So a little background on the application before you tonight. This property is located on Tunnelly Avenue. It's in the highway commercial zone. It's in a regular lot, but it's a little over 11,000 square feet. What we are proposing here is auto sales. So it would be, cars and some trucks. That is a permitted use in the highway commercial zone. This parcel was formerly used as a gas station, I believe, at one point in time. And you'll see during the presentation tonight, you're not going to hear from an architect because there's really not architecture involved in this proposal. We're proposing a trailer on site that would be used as the office, and then you'll have a few parking spaces directly adjacent to the trailer, and then the rest of the lot would be used for the cars to be and vehicles to be parked, similar to other auto sales uses. I note that this is also, because it's on the state highway, it's subject to the jurisdiction of the State Department of Transportation. So ultimately, this approval, if approved by this board, would then need to be approved by the Department of Transportation. My client and his engineers are already in that process now, and working with them as part of the presentation or as part of the proposed project. I do know for record too, there was a little bit of a back and forth with what to do with trees that are required as part of this application. My client has decided he wants to plant the trees that are required. There'll be 9 trees that are required along this frontage. And as part of that, he would be working with the Department of Transportation and the local forestry division to have those planted appropriately. So we are asking for one deviation or one variance here. It's with regard to the minimum perimeter setback, and you'll find that during the presentation as to the placement of the trailer office. Otherwise, we are in compliance throughout the rest of the site, as it'll all be a parking area for the cars. So with that said, I'm gonna my first witness will be our engineer, our civil engineer, Brian. Yeah, Brian's up here, so if he's going to take you through the site.
Hi, Brian. I'll swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Brian Liebeskin, Brian, Liebeskin, Liebeskin.
Thank you.
Mr. Liebeskin, good evening. We've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight?
It is.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian, if you could share your screen and walk us through the project.
Sure. So I guess to start, I just would like to enter this exhibit.
Well, mark this as A2 because this is a color exhibit of the site plan. Is that correct?
Yes, the site plan overlaid on an existing aerial image.
Thank you, council. Can you just give us the last revised date?
The same as the site plan would be May 3rd, 2023.
Thank you.
So again, as noted, this is located in the highway commercial district. This is on the southbound side of Tonley Ave, just north of the Tonley Circle. The lot itself is 0.27 acres. Again, a regularly shaped lot, about 282 feet in length along Tonley Ave and only 50 feet deep. It was previously a gas station, which was decommissioned in the late 80s. All of the underground tanks and utilities, based on public records, were closed out in the early 90s, and to our understanding has sat vacant since then. There was a DOT right-of-way taking through eminent domain that pushed the property line further west, reducing the depth of the lot approximately 28 feet. And our professional planner can speak to the building setback as part of the application and how that comes into play. The proposed site plan calls for paving the existing lot to 2.5 feet from the property limits along the perimeter. Should also note that there is a significant grade change on the site currently. The site falls about 20 feet from south to north, going towards the adjacent property to the northwest. As such, we have a modular block retaining wall that wraps around the northwest side of the property. The proposed office trailer would sit just above that, and would have a building sign mounted to it as wayfinding for the site itself. The zoning for the site, just based on the square footage of the trailer itself, which would be less than one space required. We're providing 2, and as Mr. Harrington noted, the remainder of the site, as it works with traffic flow for customers, would be used for parking vehicles for sale. In terms of site grading, again, we'd be pitching south to north. We're proposing an inlet at the corner and an underground detention system that would be tied into the existing curb inlet in the street. The overhead electric and telephone would be connected to the pole just behind the curb along Tonley Ave. In terms of water and sanitary, as currently proposed, those would be handled via temporary measures on site. If the existing services for the old gas station, which were cut and capped during demolition, if those are found, the applicant would like to reuse those for the proposed trailer. As currently proposed, the utility connections would just be for overhead electric and telephone. The parking lot will have 4 LED light fixtures mounted at 20 feet with proper illumination within the parking itself. The trailer measures 30 feet by 8 feet. Cut sheets of that were included in the application, and is considered a building for for purposes of the planning review. As noted, other than the building setback, the remainder of the site complies with the zoning for highway commercial district, including the lot coverage, building coverage, and parking. There are no other questions. That would conclude my testimony.
And Brian, just a real quick question before, if the board members have any questions, we've received comment letters from the Jersey City Engineering Department and Traffic Department, and we have no objections to those comments. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I know for the record, some of those comments reference that the applicant will continue to work with the Department of Transportation because of the DOT having jurisdiction over the egress of this property.
Correct. Yes, our ability to satisfy some of those comments would be pending the conversations with NJDOT.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Liebeskind. The only question I have, I just want to go back in your testimony. There's no water at this point being proposed to be tied into the trailer for the bathroom?
Correct. The water and sanitary for the trailer would be handled by the owner without a tie into the city system.
Okay, so that's contained to the trailer. It's not connected to any of the water systems in the area. So was your testimony that if they do find the connections that were for, originally there for the gas station, and those were tied into the trailer, that's what's proposed, correct?
Currently, the utility plan for the project does not show any underground sanitary or water. With the original goal of trying to stay out of the DOT right of way and keeping all of the improvements on site.
Okay, understood. But if those utilities were found on site, would that be the intent to tie them into that trailer?
Yes, I mean, pending coordination with JCMUA and the city.
Okay, then my question, if that happens, I know it's, what if, but where would the backflow units be stored? Would they be underneath the trailer? Would they be in a hot box somewhere?
I think, I mean, that would be handled within the trailer itself, but as currently presented, it would be on a temporary basis for sanitary water.
Okay, understood. So we're going to go forward with just a temporary trailer setup.
Correct. I included in the record because there were comments in the city memos regarding the handling of those utilities.
Okay, understood. That's my only question. Anybody else?
I have a question. I have a question on the 4 LED lighting that you're going to be putting in. They are basically on the east and west side of the fence, or are they're not on the south facing north of the fence? Okay, what I'm trying to get at is any of the LED lighting going to be facing towards the oncoming traffic?
I understand the question. All 4 fixtures are on the east side of the site, facing away from Connolly Ave.
Facing away. But yeah, I'm for as long as they're facing out and not facing towards traffic or facing out to other businesses that are across, right? How high are they going to be?
They're 20 feet.
20 feet. Okay, yeah. So they'll be adjustable to face into the property itself.
Correct. The way it's shown in the civil set, it is how we intend to orient them, and the light levels at the property line were reflected.
Not to be facing into somebody else's property or facing onto Charlie Avenue traffic. Right. I think we're agreeing that they're not gonna face into Tunnelly Avenue traffic.
Correct.
I would say. Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I have.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else, any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Liebeskin.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then at this point, I'll move right into Mr. Bellamy to address the requested variance.
How you doing, Sam?
Hi.
Swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Samuel Bellamy, last name Bellamy.
Thank you.
Mr. Bellamy, good evening. We've also qualified you in the past numerous times. Your license is current tonight as a planner?
Good evening. Yes, it is. Current and in good standing.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Great.
Okay, Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, so moving right into the variance request, it is just the one variance and it's for the perimeter setback. Mr. Harrington mentioned in his introduction that this is an irregular shaped lot. Although the HD Highway Commercial District doesn't have minimum lot width and lot depth standards, this certainly is a narrower, long and narrow lot here. The lot size itself does meet the minimum 10,000 square foot lot size, so it is an appropriate size for the proposed auto and truck sales use, which is permitted in the HD district. But really the shape of the lot does reflect and tie into the variance request tonight. So with that, I think there are elements of a hardship to C1 test due to the shallowness and shape affecting this specific piece of property. And those also elements of the C2 test where the benefits here would substantially outweigh the detriments and the purposes of land use planning are advanced. So with that perimeter setback, and I am going to share my screen as I go through through my testimony. I'm pulling up sheet C301 of the engineering set. This was the set that was submitted. So we are proposing a minimum of 2.5 feet. That's shown here in the front along Tonnelly Avenue. There is also 3.9 feet in the north end of the property. So that perimeter setback is due to this mobile trailer location. The requirement is 15 feet. I will note that with the 2022 LDO amendments, that perimeter setback requirement was reduced from previously 30 feet down to 15 feet. So the minimum is 2.5 feet where 15 is required. As you can see, it's really for this small mobile trailer that measures 240 square feet. That represents just 2% of building coverage on the property, which is substantially below the 50% that is permitted here. The location of the trailer at this north end of the property really does allow for appropriate area for the auto and truck sales use in the surface parking area, allows for circulation and vehicles entering and exiting the site. So I do think there are elements here that with this design is an appropriate location and is a better location than locating it in the center of the property where you would then have to navigate around it, and it would significantly reduce the use of the lot for the truck and auto sales use. Again, really with that minimum 15-foot requirement, that would apply to the entire lot perimeter. So really that would leave you with a substantially reduced lot area and restrict the allowable location for the mobile trailer that we're proposing. So I do think this is a better design alternative here, given the unique shape and constraints on the property, and the benefits would substantially outweigh the detriments. I will note here that Tonnelly Avenue does take a jog going towards the property. This creates a third lane along Tonnelly Avenue and also a service lane. So really the proposed location is kind of tucked into the corner here and wouldn't interfere with any sight lines or really would be tough to see coming down Tonnelly Avenue going south. To the north of the property, you do have some industrial buildings, so really I don't see any impacts to those adjacent properties with this location of the mobile trailer. This project does advance the purpose of the municipal land use law. As I said, this is a permitted use. The auto and truck sales use is permitted in the HC district. So it is an appropriate use and development of the property consistent with purpose A. Again, the property does meet the minimum lot size requirements, even though it is a unique size. I do find this to be an appropriate location, a permitted use for the auto and truck sales use consistent with purpose G.
In my opinion, there's no substantial detriment to the general welfare here. The property is consistent with the maximum lot coverage requirement, and we're substantially below the minimum building coverage requirements. The driveway internal circulation has been designed for safe and efficient movement of vehicles. We are proposing a stormwater detention basin on this property, so to manage some of the runoff from the proposed lot coverage, and the site will be adequately lit for safety and security purposes on the site. And as we just walked through, there won't be any impacts to the adjacent properties or traffic along Tonnelle Avenue. Likewise, I don't see any substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance here. Again, this is a permitted auto and truck sales use in the HC district. I think that's also consistent with the purpose of the HC district, with promoting a desirable commercial use along this corridor. And that's also consistent with the master plan, again, providing for commercial use along the highway commercial corridor, and really promoting that. So with that, I do think this project meets both the positive and negative criteria here. That would really conclude my direct testimony on this, but I would happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bellamy. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
No.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Council, anything?
No, that would, complete our presentation. I know we do have a traffic engineer as part of this application, but again, all of that would be coordinated with the DOT in the event this is approved.
Of course. Okay, so at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you press *9 to raise your hands.
Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak on this application, I move to close this portion of the application.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. This is whose application? I'm sorry, Markin. Welcome. Do you have anything you want to add?
Yes. So there has been a staff memo provided for this application. Regarding those recommendations, there are 7 points. The most important for the board to note is that the applicant should comply with all Jersey City review agent comments, specifically the Division of Transportation as already specified. Next, that the approval of application is contingent upon favorable review from the New Jersey Department of Transportation of a letter of no interest determination since it's situated on a state highway. And lastly, point 7 was in regards to Mr. Harrington's point of a possible payment in lieu for the 9 street trees that have been designated for the side of the property along Tonnelle Avenue. That is no problem to provide the street trees as long as there is communication with our Division of Forestry and our Division of Transportation to ensure that not only that the trees are suitable for the location, but also that it does not impede any sort of vehicular traffic or sight view.
Yes, all of those conditions would be acceptable.
So then with that, I would recommend approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-016 as
Second.
presented to the board, together with staff recommendation and conditions.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Okay. So then let me go through. So Acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Excuse me?
For motion of approval.
You said
For the
Torres?
motion.
Okay,
Yes, excuse me.
I second. Aye.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Bellamy's testimony. I think the variance is appropriate for the site, and I don't think there's any detriment to the zone plan or the master plan of the city. So I'm going to vote aye.
Okay. So then with that, the motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item 14 is case P023-0005 is a conditional use for 95 Monticello Ave.
Promoting Nicholas Lewis.
Good evening, everyone. Nick Lewis for the application before Steam Board for 95-97 Monticello Ave. Conditional use proposing Class 5 cannabis retailer at an existing ground floor commercial space. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We can,
Oh,
Council.
Excellent. I commend all of your patience because I've been sitting here for a few hours, and the fact you guys do this regularly, they don't pay you enough, whatever you're getting paid.
Love.
Oh, it's zero.
Exactly. I figured. Well, I commend you. We've had tremendous assistance and guidance in working with both Mr. Espinoza and Maggie O'Neill from the Historic Preservation panel. We have submitted our application, and with all of the resolutions or conditions that are suggested, we accept them all and will adhere to same. We've served appropriate notice. We do have as a witness our architect, Mr. Chris T, who I believe should be on the Zoom, though I don't have that much. I can't see everyone on the Zoom, but it's my understanding he should have access.
Can you repeat his name one more time?
Yes, it is Chris, and the last name is Teeter.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, he's here.
And so I can swear him in as a witness and then continue, or however you guys want to do it for efficiency. I'm at your leisure.
So, Mr. Lewis, why don't we mark your notice? I haven't received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to 95 Monticello Avenue. It does appear to be in order. And Chairman, we can go ahead and mark that as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks, Santo. So let's bring Mr. Teeter up and get him sworn and qualified.
Thank you.
How's it going, Chris? I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you get tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Chris Teeter. Teeter is Teeter.
Thank you.
Mr. Teeter, good evening. I believe we have qualified you in the past, correct?
Yes, for similar project. Yep.
And your license is still current in the state of New Jersey as of tonight?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Thank you. And Chris, if you could just start by just getting into the project compliance as far as the zoning regulations.
And Mr. Teeter, just before you begin, the board is very familiar with these applications. We've heard a lot of them already. And Chairman, just for everyone's edification, the Jersey City Cannabis Control Board conducted a hearing, and there is a resolution that's been uploaded to the data portal from March with respect to this application. So Mr. Lewis and Mr. Teeter, to the extent, obviously the testimony was provided to the CD board. We don't really get into all of that here. Let's stick to zoning compliance and how we comply with the ordinance in place as it exists. The board may ask about the CCB questions, but let's stick to zoning matters.
Okay, yes, sir. And I have all the info. I was the attorney at the CCB as well, so I certainly can answer anything the board would like. But I'll cede the floor to Mr. T. Thank you all for your consideration.
All right. So the location 9597 is in it's block 17906, lots 30 and 31. It's in the Jackson Hill redevelopment plan area and historic neighborhood mixed use zone. In the condition, it's class 5 is permit as a conditional use. It's showing that it is separated more than 200, not within 200 feet of a school district. Sorry, I just returned from a vacation. My kids are in the background. As far as the separation distance from other CCBs, it's also it meets that requirement, 600 feet. And then there's specifically, I'm gonna skip a few of these because I think Craig will talk to them, but the odor and the noise and security. But as far as the architecture goes, I could share my screen. I could walk you through the elevation and the plans.
Teeter, have you been given permission to share? There you go.
There you go.
We can see it. Thank you.
All right, I'll start with the facade, if that's okay. It is in a historic district, so I figure I'd cover that part, if that works for you guys. It doesn't really change much to the building. We are, on this elevation, we're showing mainly adding security devices in the sign. Otherwise, we're gonna meet all the requirements, essentially match what is already there as far as signage, color, painting, goes. The signage itself, though, we were proposing to be a backlit, plexiglass, 2-inch deep steel, but everything else, the wood that's there, that'll stay the same, the wood part of the signage, which is basically black and, with like called a gold brass trim. The floor plan, I'll jump to the egress one, so you can see how many people we plan on pushing through this space. The actual entrance will be, make sure I get this right. I think the 97 entrance, 95 is over here. You'll walk in between the glass storefronts. There'll be a waiting area at the front. The security window will be right across from the entrance. There will be exits to the right out the street side and this one here. Once you pass security, you'll go into the retail space, which is about 900 square feet. We figure about 21 people waiting in the check-in area. Keep them off. That should be enough for keep them off the streets or hanging out outdoors. We'll have basically we figure about 16 person in the retail. The checkout counter will be towards the back with the storage facing what you would call a back alley that connects, I think, 93, 95, 97. And it comes out, there's actually an alleyway that goes to the street on Monticello on the, at least on the left side of the plan, I want to say west end. There's also an egress door back here. We'll provide one full handicap bathroom. At the front, we will have a conference room. If there's vendors that come in that need to meet with the retailer, with our client, they can meet here. And we will give an access, but there's at least 2 layers. There's the storefront and then our check-in before you get into the retail space. And I think that's the extent of it. Nick, I don't know if you want me to clarify further.
I could take it from, unless if anyone has any questions for Chris, I can take over after give the plan. Works.
Yeah, I have no questions for Mr. Teeter. Anybody else?
The one question is the entrance, the 2 entrances that you have on that first floor level, is one just made for exiting, one made for entering? Are the 2 different addresses, or they're both?
I'm sorry, I should have noted that it was the 95 is the entrance and 97 is the egress.
And so I see that on other applications. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, we want
specific for people flowing in and out. Right?
Get them in and out. Name of the game, and not in front.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Teeter.
Thanks, Chris. And so I think the most important part, we have Tony Gallo of Sapphire Security overseeing our security. We submitted our diagram complete with the cameras and the alarm system, the anti-burglary vault doors, which was approved by the JCCB, where our ultimate goal is we want people in and out, and for this to be little of no nuisance, whether smell, sound, or just foot traffic to the surrounding area. I know we don't need to get into the JCCB, but I would just like to note that this is 100% owned by Mr. Davila and Carol. They are Jersey City residents. Craig is born and raised. We're a micro business. I do believe that this is the exact applicant that both the New Jersey CREAM Act and the local municipal rules were encouraged to have apply and get licenses. Our plan is to be fully staffed by Jersey City residents, including with the surrounding area. I know we don't need to get in all that, but I think it is just important to note that because we did receive a tremendous reception by the JCCB. And our president, CEO, our owner, 51%, Craig Davila, is present. Of course, he would like to be sworn in. If you have any questions for him directly as well. But in general, we are fully agreeing to everything that the phenomenal Mr. Espinoza suggested. Same with Miss Maggie O'Neill, who after we did just brief revisions, declared that the HPC staff does not anticipate any adverse effects the historic resources of the building or of the surrounding area. This was a mixed use in a historic area, so historic zone. So we've time and again confirmed this is outside of the 200 feet outside of the school. There are no other issues as far. We have all the zoning approvals that were just the initial ones for the JCCB, and frankly, we're excited to bring a business to the area where we're going to hopefully be employing only people in the surrounding area.
All right, thank you, Councilor.
And that's Craig Davila, who I believe should be able to be signed in if that works for you.
I don't, to be honest, I don't know if it's necessary.
Okay.
I mean, we really just deal with the zoning and the architecture.
Understood.
Believe me, I appreciate that Mr. Davila is a resident and it's locally owned. But that wouldn't really affect our decision tonight. We strictly go on zoning.
Understood.
I do have one question, I guess, for Francisco. I see two signs out front. Is that allowed, being that there's two separate addresses here?
Yes, that's exactly why. They're two different.
And Chairman, just for purposes of the record, Ms. O'Neill's memo came out today. It's dated today's date, but it is on the data portal. And it specifically does talk to the sign and just making sure that it's installed into the wood elements and preserves the existing facade as much as possible, obviously.
And if I might just thank Ms. O'Neill for the record, because I know with limited resources, she's been doing some miracles for us. We've been working closely the last month or so with Ms. O'Neill. So we would like to thank her as well.
Okay, yeah, this is the first time I'm actually seeing that report from Ms. O'Neill. Really don't get those the day of. I'm not in a position to read them, but okay, if there's no other questions, anybody from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
At this time, let's open it up for public comment. I see one hand raised. If anybody's here from the public comment on this application, please raise your hand. And you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Rosetta will be joining momentarily.
And Rosetta, if you're there, you can unmute and turn your video on.
Yes, I am.
How are you? I just want to
resident-
swear you in before you speak. All right. And then I'll ask you all of your information. If you could just raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Rosetta McKinnon, 16 Brinklehorst Street, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. McKinnon. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay, I just have some questions about this business coming into the area as to what guarantees do the residents have that on top of what we're already dealing with certain elements in the neighborhood, that it's not going to become a problem with additional traffic and everything else.
Ms. McKinnon, let's get all your questions down and we'll have them all answered for you.
Okay, and how is this really going to serve the community at large? You know, this neighborhood has been plagued with problems with, you know, drug dealers, drug traffic period, and, you know, nothing's been done about clearing that up. And we definitely don't need any additional problems on top of that. We still have children that live in this area, people with disabilities, you have seniors, you know, you still have good, decent, hardworking people.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, do you want to address Ms. McKinnon's questions?
Yes, I certainly would like to. And thank you very much, Ms. McKinnon, for the question, and we understand your concern completely. I believe, first and foremost, the main reason Mr. Davila wants to open this business in Jersey City is to provide a avenue for people to have jobs and get legal, make money by legal means, so that they can then actually get off the street and avoid the violence and all of the problems that come with the drug trade that the CREAM Act was sort of directed at pointing. Craig's from Jersey City, born and raised, came up through the Boys and Girls Club. He has to say he's of Jersey City and a man of Jersey City, completely well connected with your surrounding area.
Yeah.
And we're going to host several things to help the surrounding community, including expungement clinics for individuals who have marijuana arrest records that should not have them under the law. We're going to both educate people how to clear their records, and I, as a civil rights attorney, would volunteer my time to help them, so that will hopefully no longer be a barrier to getting jobs. We're going to, again, staff the facility with people specifically from the surrounding areas, and we hope to also give opportunities to individuals who have felony drug records or people who have been released from prison recently, because we believe that's also a major deleterious effect from the war on drugs. As far as the children, we have very strict security guidelines. We will have identification check, much like a bar would, in that we're not going to have minors allowed in the premises, though at the same time we are going to be investing money back in the surrounding area, and the hope is to make it a cleaner and safer area by giving opportunities to individuals who might otherwise not have any and have to turn to the streets to deal drugs. As far as senior citizens, we also plan to have education programs in which we will educate seniors on the benefits of cannabis as opposed to other prescription drugs. We also, all of these things that we are saying, especially with the JCCB, at the JCCB meeting, ma'am, they explicitly stated that all these statements we're making and promises we're making, they're going to have the ability to check. Can you hear me, Ms. McKinnon?
Yes, yes,
So-
I can hear you.
So the JCCB was very stern in advising all applicants that everything we're saying as far as these promises we're making to you, they're going to be have the ability to check annually whether we're upholding our end of the bargain. And I do believe, I understand that we've spent a lot of time all together here tonight, but I do think it would be worthwhile if Mr. Davila could just say a few words, because I know he's very passionate about this being a resource for the community, and not just a lot of businesses that are coming from outside the community just to make money and not care about the people within it. That's not what we're about, ma'am. And I think Greg would speak to that better than mine.
All right, thank you, Ms. McKinnon. We appreciate your time. Counsel, if it's okay, if you do want to have your applicant testify, let's get it in after public comment. We're in public comment right now, but we'll
Yes, sir.
certainly, within reason. Again,
Would I
we'll
be
do it.
able to give my contact info to Ms. McKinnon as well, so that we can speak about this longer and we can address the issues that she's talking about separately? Is that something that we can do at the end of this?
Sure, it would be, in
However,
public, contact info would be out there for the public to see.
I can give my email and my however what works. I'm happy to give Ms. McKinnon and.
Okay, let's continue on with public comment and we'll get that on record for you after that.
Yes, sir.
John has joined the panelists.
How's it going, John? I just need to swear you in before you speak. All right, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And if you could just state and spell your name and give us your home address, please.
110 Monticello, home address 110 Monticello.
What's your name and could you spell it?
Juan
And what's your last name?
Salvador.
Juan Salvador, did you say?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Salvador, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Okay. My whole thing is that we are surrounded by 3 schools in this ratio. We have a methadone clinic also by and very close. And we have drug dealers selling drug all day since the morning to probably 11 or 12 o'clock at night and sometimes past that. So if you walk around, you could see the crowd doing what they're doing. So I don't think personally that this is the kind of business that we need here. We got kids walking around back and forth to school. If you go by the school at lunchtime, you see all the kids smoking weed. I mean, this is nothing that we need here. And the way I see the gentleman speaking gives me the idea that he doesn't reside here because it's totally the opposite. It's a drug-infested, Black-owned neighborhood. We need restaurants. We need all the things that is not this kind of business. Computer center for kids, you name it. But it's my personal idea that we don't need, and it's not for me to say it. It's maybe for you to come and watch what's going on right across, right in the corner. It's a bunch of 20, 25, sometimes 30 people doing what they're doing all day long. And now you put in this, I don't think it helps. It's robbery, mugging people. You probably have to check with the precinct and see if what I'm telling you is right or wrong. It's so many call to the precinct every other day or every day to see if they remove that from the street, but nothing happens. And now you're putting something that is is really going to make the situation worse. So I think.
All right, thank you, Mr. Salvador. Council, do you want? Yes.
If I might just briefly, I won't speak forever each time, but I do appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Salvador. I don't doubt what you're saying for a second. I just should make clear for you, sir, that one, I did live in Jersey City for many years. I don't anymore, but more importantly, I was a prosecutor for many years, and I understand everything you're saying to be true as anything else I've ever heard. I should be clear that I am the attorney for the business that's starting. You'll hear from the owner at the end of this. He's very much from this specific area. But it just in general, we believe that our business, again, we will have very strict rules about not being able to allow kids in, et cetera. But the problems you were mentioning with the methadone clinic, the rampant crime around the area, are all things that we firmly believe having legalized cannabis in the area will be better for the community than anything that's there now, certainly liquor stores or illegal drug trade. And we did, just so you know, get approval from the city, the CCB board, that we are not within 200 feet of any preschool or schools. And the JCCB does work with the Jersey City Police Department as far as overseeing security plans. And we don't disagree or deny anything you're saying. The hope is that we're going to be an alternative for a good chunk of the people that are on those corners, and also be an alternative for people who might otherwise turn to heroin, pain medication, and harder drugs that would end them up in a methadone clinic. Our goal is not to have children smoking marijuana, or we want to make things better for children in the area so they have better opportunities in the area. I'll let Mr. Davila, who's from the area and who is the owner of this business, to that, because I understand I'm not from the area specifically right now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank
All
you.
right, and public, Cam, I think we had one more, or am I wrong?
I don't see any other, Chair. There were three, one dropped out.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure Cam didn't promote them, and I'm not seeing them.
No, that was it.
The public, I would like to close the public portion.
We still have one hand raised.
Well, that's John. It might be
That
that
was
same guy.
Guy we just heard.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
So I'd like to make a motion to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. And before we bring Mr. Davila up, council, I do want to address, this board deals with the zoning aspect of marijuana and cannabis. We've been very clear in the past that, this is legal in the state of New Jersey and the city of Jersey City at this point. It's not for this board to say whether they agree or disagree with marijuana use, but we strictly adhere to zoning laws, and that's our charge, and that's what we do. So the floor is yours, sir.
And so if call Mr. Davila just quite briefly, I think he does want to just introduce him board, but also for the community members, because area and any concerns with I of course understand the zoning is purview of this body, but it only just for a minute, just so he can introduce himself for the community members of concern. With fully understanding that it is almost 9 o'clock. That's all right.
All right, do we have Mr. Davila?
How's it going, Mr. Davila? If you unmute, I can swear you in. You raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you get tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Craig Davila, Davila.
Thank you.
Mr. Davila, good evening. Just for the board's edification, we're not qualifying you as an expert. Doesn't mean you're not an expert, but just for the purposes of the board, legally, you would be considered a fact witness and not an expert witness in any licensed field that we usually hear. So thank you, sir. Thanks for coming in, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. I would like to address both concerns. With that being said, first, I would like to introduce myself. I am from Jersey City, born and raised. I grew up in the Brunswick Estates housing complex, and that is across Montgomery Street in Monticello. And recently, after I moved there, I was raised in Virginia and Bergen. So I am familiar, with the neighborhood. I am familiar with the people that surround the neighborhood. But I would like to say that, I did grow up in the Boys and Girls Club. And, with that, I learned a lot. And I did go to a HBCU where I earned a degree in urban sociology. And with that, I became a social worker in New York City, dealing with preventive case planning as well as foster care planning. So I have been dealing with, children, youth, and troubled youth. And I was able, with my background in social worker, help a lot of young children who was dealing with drugs and help them educate and, find a different route. I am also director of a Boys and Girls Club, So, and during this summer, I did hold a football clinic and a basketball clinic. My basketball clinic was in Lincoln Park, and my football clinic was in Gateway Field. So with that being said, I believe me being a community resident, coming from the city, I could provide the resources that I believe that we didn't have. And, with this opportunity with the cannabis, I was able to provide them resources, not only for the youth, but also for, the people that's hanging out, providing them with a resource, to maybe work in the community center, help out with the sports program, and, help indulge in gaining the children away from the streets and as well as them. So just for both of their concerns, I do want to address that. And I am a city of Jersey City, and I do wish the city would, progress in a positive way and not a negative way.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much. Thank you for indulging us, members of the board.
No problem, Council. All right, so Francisco, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, so I will be brief. I'm just going to share my screen so everyone can see. This is my staff report. It was uploaded to the data portal. Just to briefly go over some of the requirements. So as was mentioned, this is in the Jackson Hill redevelopment plan within the historic neighborhood mixed use section of that plan, or the zone of that plan. With regards to separation distance, there are no schools within 200 feet of this location. With regards to separation distance from other class 5 retailers, I do want to make it transparent for everyone and also clear to everyone that there are 2 other concurrent class 5 applications nearby. One is on Communipol, and the other is nearby this location, which is on Monticello. There have been no planning applications for the one on Monticello, which was given CCB approval on 3/13. So they all kind of received approval in the same month. A planning application for the Communipol applicant has been submitted and pending for a date. So it has not been approved. They also were given approval from the CCB on the 13th. And the current application we're talking about tonight, they have been approved by the CCB in March 27th and is currently before the planning board. With that said, they are a micro business. They do meet all the requirements and qualifications. Staff does recommend approval with conditions outlined in my memo.
Okay, thanks, Francisco. And Council, you would be okay with those conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, I would entertain a motion then.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2023-0005 as presented to the board this evening for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gingadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres, Commissioner Torres.
Oh, okay, but I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just hope that they do the with all these cannabis things. I understand the concern of the people from the neighborhood. Me being from the neighborhood area too, it brings a lot of people hanging out in front of the facility. So I hope that they keep that in kind of a certain order where we don't have that problem where people are gathering outside the facility. That noise level does travel, and then it bothers the people that are in the community. That's not what we want. We want this to be a positive thing. So, with that, I hope all the facilities that open up with cannabis follow that aspect of having people not gathering and moving on. And with that, with this project, I vote aye.
Commissioner
I'm
Stamato.
glad to see a Jersey City born and raised Jersey City resident. That makes me very happy to finally see it. So I do vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Stamato,
I concur and I vote aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Yeah, I go down to that area kind of frequently. I've been to Moore's Lounge and to Snapdragon Coffee Shop. They sell obviously substances that are mind altering. whether it's caffeine or alcohol. And it adds a nice bonus. They've got a bike shop over there. And I think that Mr. Davila, having come up through the ranks, of JC Hudson County, I think he's got the pedigree to get it done. And I think he'll reach out to the community. And just let me say this to those people who spoke, John and the other woman. I've visited or have passed by cannabis shops in many other states, and it's not like a methadone clinic where people who are all destitute come junkies who looking to get a fix. I mean, it's all ages, it's all colors, it's all religions, it's a mixed bag, and I think it can add if it's done right. And Mr. Davila seems like the kind of guy with his social work background and his being bred here in Jersey City, get the job done. So I vote aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I agree with the other commissioners here. This is legal in the state of New Jersey, the city of Jersey City. I do appreciate that Mr. Davila is born and raised here. He's still involved with the Boys and Girls Club. For the record, I did build, so I'm glad to see good use. So yeah, I think this is exactly, who the law envisions owning one of these shops. And best of luck to you, Mr. Davila. We appreciate your time tonight, and I'm going to vote aye.
Motion carries. All in favor. Good luck.
Thank you,
All right.
everyone.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, take care.
Best wishes.
You want to get a 5-minute break, Mike?
Sure, that feels right.
All right. It is 9:05. We'll be back at 9:10, everybody. All right, let's come back to order again, everybody. And Eddie, are you barking at me?
Yeah.
Gonna be on for this one.
You must have woke her up when you said back there.
All right, just for the record, the time is 9:11. We do not open any new applications after the 10 o'clock hour. So, that being said, if you're further down the agenda tonight, chances are we don't get to you, but let's move on to item 15 on the agenda is case P23-025 is a minor site plan with C variance for 9 Monitor Street.
Hey, good evening again.
Good evening.
For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. This is a notice case, as we are requesting deviations, so they ask that they be reviewed and marked into the record.
Thank you, Council. Chairman, I am receiving the affidavit of publication proof of mailing for 9 Monitor Street here in the city. It does appear to be in order. We can go ahead and mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, Council.
Thank you. So tonight's presentation is, I guess, a little like similar to earlier, where you generally don't see two-family developments before this board, but it is a property located in the Morris Canal redevelopment plan area, specifically in the residential zone. And we are requesting some bulk variances as part of this project. And I think you'll see they're largely related to the size of the lot. Now while the lot is 2,000 square feet, and it's a conforming lot because lots that existed at the time of the adoption of the plan are conforming lots. It's smaller than your typical residential lot in the Morris Canal area because their minimum standards are 25 feet by 100 feet and 2,500 square feet in total. So the bulk requirements are really premised upon a 25 by 100 lot. And this is an undersized lot when you're related to that. So there are some bulk variances being requested, but the two family dwelling is a permitted use. We were also requesting some deviations with regard to the parking. And again, I think Sam can address this as part of his presentation, that it's a little bit different where the Morris Canal residential zone has a provision that it requires two parking spaces, but it also allows you to defer to the R1 standards. And if you had used the R1 standards, this particular lot does not require parking at all. But my client does want to have some parking, so we are proposing one garage space, and that ends up triggering some variances related to that. So with that said, I have two witnesses. I have Mr. Lewis who will walk you through the plan, and then Mr. Bellamy will follow up with the requested variances.
All right, thank you, Council. For the record, if we could have Mr. Lewis concur that he has been sworn in tonight already, is still under oath, and is still qualified.
Yes, sir. I am still under oath, and I am still licensed in the state of New Jersey.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Okay. All right. I'm going to share my screen and get started here. Okay, so you guys can see my
We're waiting for your screen share, and we are having a little trouble hearing you. You're breaking up.
Right. Let me try one more time. Okay, can we see it?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so as Chuck mentioned, 9 Monitor Street is a 20 by 100 lot in the R zone of the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. It's currently an unimproved lot, and we are proposing to build a new 3-story, 2-family building on this. In order to do that, we are asking for variances for building setbacks as well as parking. I just wanted to start quickly just looking at the street photo of the front of our property. Just to note one thing, there is this existing chain link fence that is in front of our property. We will be removing that as part of this application. And then the next thing I wanted to note is just that our property is the grass area here and grass area here. There's a parking lot to the left of us and a driveway directly to the right of us. So on our site plan, this driveway ends at our property line, and we are proposing to extend that 10 feet to for our driveway. You can see that over here. This is where the existing driveway is at the house next to us. And then we're proposing an extra 10 feet for our driveway. After that, the rest of the front of our property will be a new street tree. And we are also proposing new concrete sidewalks. Looking onto our property, our building is set back 15 feet from the front property line. We are proposing mostly permeable pavers in this space. They will be used as a walkway to the main building entry, and they will also be used as driveway strips, paver strips basically, for the driveway to the garage. The space in between those strips will be just lawn area, so we get some planting in the front of the building. We also have an alley along the side of the building. It's about 3 feet tall, and it's covered in the front by a 2-story cantilever. However, this alley goes all the way to the back of the building, to the rear yard. The rear yard is dedicated to apartment number 1. And what we have back there is a permeable paver patio area. Then we have 200 square feet, which is used for a lawn area and plantings around the edge of that, so shrubbery around the edge. And then all of this is going to be enclosed with a 6-foot wood fence that will wrap around the backyard and then wrap all the way along the side yard to the front face of the building, where we'll have a wood gate to restrict entry. With that, I'm going to move on to the building floor plans. Here we're looking at the first and second floor plan. And what I want to do is start with the common entry stair. Here on the first floor, you have the stair here. It's an exterior stair. It leads up directly to the second floor, where there's an outside landing. From this landing, you have entry doors into apartment number 1 and to apartment number 2, which is located on the 3rd floor of the building. So starting on the second floor here with apartment number 1, this apartment is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath apartment. It's 1,907 square feet. On the second floor, the front half of the apartment is the open living, dining, and kitchen area. We have closets, a half bath. Then in the back of the apartment, we have 2 bedrooms, a full bath, and a staircase which leads down back to the first floor. Following that stair down to the first floor, it empties to this family room. The family room provides access for apartment number 1 directly to the rear yard. We also have our master suite located on this floor. It has a full bath and 2 walk-in closets. Besides that, there's also a half bath, some utilities, and then direct access to the 1-car garage. This garage also has some wall-mounted bike storage at the back. There's an EV charger along the side. The gas and electric meters are located on one wall, and there's a trash area located beneath the staircase. Moving on to the 3rd floor and the roof plan. This is entirely apartment number 2. This is another 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. It's 1,377 square feet in total. Again, you come up the stair to the 3rd floor. You have living, dining, kitchen in the front of the building, and then 3 bedrooms and 2 baths in the back. We also have the washer dryer on this floor. And lastly, a stair which goes directly up to the roof. Looking on the roof, this roof is also dedicated only to apartment number 2. The roof deck itself is 892 square feet. Besides the roof deck, we also have some utilities and air conditioning condensers located on the roof. Here we're looking at the building elevations. I'm going to start with the front elevation, which is located in the middle of the drawing here. The main finish of the building and of the front staircase is going to be a red-brown brick. This brick has soldier courses above the garage, above the entry door, and also above the third floor windows. The garage door itself is a black metal frame door with frosted glass panels. The entry doors, both of them, are also black metal frame doors with glass panels. And we also have black aluminum framed windows. The last finish we have here are gray fiber cement panels. We're using them as accents between the windows, both here at the floor level, also vertically here. Those fiber cement panels are also used on the stair bulkhead, which goes to the roof deck. And then lastly, we do have that 2-foot cantilever, 2-story cantilever, which projects 3 feet over the alleyway, and that will also be finished with fiber cement panels on the front elevation. Looking to the rear elevation on the right here, we are proposing light gray vinyl siding for the main finish, and then black framed windows and black framed doors. Here is the right side, the left side elevation, excuse me. This is on the property line. So we will be providing light gray vinyl siding and stucco finish at the base, which will be painted light gray. And then again, this is the right side elevation where we have light gray vinyl siding for the finish, black framed windows, and we also have that 6-foot high wood fence along the entire property line up to the building face. That concludes my walkthrough of the building. Happy to answer questions either now or after planning testimony, whichever you prefer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. What's the, I know, I don't want to get into planning testimony at this point, but what's the setback there of the other property?
I'm sorry, you cut out. What's the what?
The predominant front yard setback.
So the predominant setback is measured as the building next to us is 17 feet. However, I think what you'll see if you look down the street, most of the buildings, the faces are at 17 feet, and then they have bays that project out, and most of those bays project out about 2 feet, and some of the porches project out more than that. So I think that's what we were going by when we went for the 15 feet.
Okay, understood.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my only question at this point. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to turn it right over to Mr. Bellamy, so he can address the requested deviations.
All right, thanks, counsel. And Mr. Bellamy, if you could just acknowledge that you were sworn in earlier. You are still under oath and are still qualified tonight.
Yep, I confirm I'm still under oath and still qualified as a professional planner in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Great. So getting into the deviations, as Mr. Harrington mentioned, this property is located in the residential district of the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. We are requesting several bulk deviations, mostly related to setbacks, but there's also some related to the parking that we're proposing. As Mr. Harrington said, this is an undersized lot, both in terms of lot width and lot area. That does contribute to some of the deviations we're requesting tonight. But there are some unique conditions also affecting this property that I'll get into with my testimony. So in terms of the minimum front yard setback, we are proposing a 15-foot front yard setback. The predominant front yard setback that we calculated based on the adjacent and predominant setback of the block front is 17 feet. As Mr. Lewis just testified to, there are some buildings that do come in closer than the 17 feet and project with bay windows and some other architectural elements. The property is located one property into the block. At the corner there's a multifamily building that has a 0-foot setback on Monitor Street, and then directly abutting the southwest property line is a parking area there. Adjacent to the northeast side of the property is a driveway that's related to the two-family home, and that building does have the 17-foot front yard setback. So what we were trying to do with this is kind of balance out the two, introduce a bigger front yard setback that's more consistent with the overall block front, but also recognizing that we do have a parking area and a driveway next to us and some separation between the adjacent buildings. So I think that's where we came up with the 15 feet that we think would be appropriate. And I think from a visual perspective would be consistent with the overall block front. In terms of the side yard setbacks that we're requesting, this is considered a detached building. With that comes minimum side yard setback of 2 feet on one side and 5 feet for both sides. We're proposing a lot line building, so 0 foot setbacks on both sides. It should be noted that 0 foot setbacks are permitted, but in the case there that there are attached buildings, so really more your townhome style. Overall, as mentioned, that the block front is more of a townhome style with 0 foot setbacks. And again, we do have a driveway on one side and a parking area on the other. So I think with the proposed lot line building, we do still provide for light, air, and open space and have no impacts to adjacent buildings, windows, or open yard areas. I think overall the 0 foot side yard setback is a better design alternative. Given the undersized and narrower nature of the property, I think it is appropriate for the specific property to have a lot line building without any impacts to the adjacent properties. Again, I do find it to be overall consistent with the character of the attached townhome style and consistent with the intent of the side yard setback requirements. The next setback deviation that we're asking for is for minimum rear yard setback and the combined front and rear yard setback. So we're proposing a rear yard setback of 15 feet. Minimum of 20 feet is required in the R district. The combined front and rear yard setback is 30 feet with the 15 feet in front and 15 feet in the rear. Again, I think that what we're proposing does allow for light, air, and open space into the interior of the block, consistent with the ordinance. Again, we are adjacent to parking area, so I really don't see any impacts to the adjacent properties. And overall, the building footprint is consistent with what the R district calls for. We are within the maximum building coverage. So I think the building we're proposing is in scale and meets the intent of the setback ordinance. Now moving into the minimum parking standards here. As Mr. Harrington said, this is a unique situation that the R district has a requirement for either 2 parking spaces under the dwelling units, which may be stacked, or the parking requirement may be consistent with the R1 zoning district standards of the LDO. We're proposing here one car parking space. It measures 10 feet, 10 inches wide by 20 feet deep. So we're kind of blending the two. We think there are benefits to providing 1 parking spaces, but our client did see that, the stacked parking spaces isn't an ideal situation. And although the intent is there to provide for parking for both units, it often creates some headaches moving cars in and out to allow for the other car to exit. So I think we are blending the two. The proposed garage dimensions do provide for adequate space for 1 car parking. I will note that the minimum garage dimensions in the R1 district are 13 feet wide by 44 feet deep. Again, that really is intended for a 2-car garage with stacked parking. I think given the narrowness of the property, given that we're only proposing 1 parking space, what we're proposing here does meet the intent of the ordinance. As Mr. Lewis said, we are providing front yard landscaping, so we're meeting the minimum landscaping requirement. That also softens the streetscape here and has a visual improvement to the block. The building typology itself, it's a raised entrance on the 2nd floor. That is consistent with the overall building typology on the block with the garage level on the ground floor. So I think in terms of a visual perspective, we're consistent with the overall block frontage. With that, I think that this project, the benefits here would substantially outweigh the detriments. We are consistent with the redevelopment plan, consistent with the residential nature of the surrounding area and the purpose of the residential zone. This project does advance the purposes of the municipal land use law. Again, an appropriate two-family use in the residential district that will promote the general welfare, consistent with purpose A. The density here is permitted and is consistent with the overall surrounding residential neighborhood, consistent with purpose E. And by developing a vacant property here with a permitted use, with a building in scale and consistent with the overall architectural style of the neighborhood, we will be improving the streetscape consistent with Purpose I. I don't see any substantial detriment to the general welfare here. Again, I think we are providing for adequate light, air, and open space. Given the undersized nature of the lot, I think we're still providing for appropriate setbacks. And likewise, I don't see any substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance here. With that, I think this project meets both the positive and negative criteria, and that would conclude my direct testimony.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bellamy. Appreciate it. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
All right.
Okay, then, Mr. Chairman, that completes our presentation for this project.
Okay, thank you, council. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hands. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands. Anybody from public?
Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak on this application, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, just a couple things. Mr. Harrington, would you be able to agree on record to the conditions in the planning staff memo dated August 30th of this year?
Yes.
Okay, so in the planning staff memo, among one of the conditions is that the applicant will replace a dead tree on the city sidewalk to the southwest. So they're doing above and beyond in street tree requirements here, replacing a dead maple tree. So that'll help to green and improve the area. The variances that are being requested are, as the professional planner has given testimony to, predominantly related to the undersized nature of the lot, and planning staff does agree that they can be categorized under the C1 hardship for shallow and narrowness. And then C2 also they can be justified for. They are still promoting and complying with the objectives and goals of the redevelopment plan and the master plan. So it does comport. And also, given the adjacent nature, it's sandwiched between two driveways. It's not going to have any detriment on air, light, and space, or any detriment to the public's general health, welfare, or well-being. And also being next to the corner lot over there on Communipaw and Monitor, the variance for the front yard setback won't feel detrimental, nor will it have any type of air, light, or space detriment to the public. So overall, it's a good infill, an appropriate development for this location. I will just say anecdotally, I lived in the building across the street for 5 years, and although I know the community will be saddened to see it no longer used as a dog park, I think everyone knew they were on borrowed time as far as that use was. But anyway, planning staff does recommend approval with conditions.
All right, thanks, Cam. Appreciate it.
Here, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-025 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendation and conditions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion made and seconded for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gungadin.
Yeah, the variances, I felt that they requested are within the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan, together with the master plan. So my vote is aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
I agree with the planning testimony from both Cameron and Mr. Bellamy. I think deviations are in line with the nature of the lot. if this lot was located in a different portion of the block, I may feel differently about the front yard setback. But given the location, I think it's there's no detriment to the master plan or development plan, so I'm gonna vote aye. And Cam, just for the record, we had one of those dog parks up by me, and you know, sometimes you gotta build a new bocce court, I guess.
Well, we're getting a red bud tree, so hey, what the heck?
They can pee on the red bud.
That's it. Nurture, nature.
Yep. Motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, given the time, it is 9:36.
One more.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna call the next application. I doubt we get to the one after that, but you know, I guess we'll play it by ear. Anybody that's willing to come forward and carry their application, you're more than welcome to do so now, or you can wait until 10 o'clock. So unless somebody comes forward, we'll call case P22-233. It's a minor site plan with C variances for 457 Grand Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Larry Cali, for the record, on behalf of the applicant, Sunoco LLC. We intend to be very brief this evening, Mr. Chairman. We've got two witnesses to get to, but first, just to quickly frame what we hope to do here tonight. The site is an existing fuel service station with the company store in the Bates redevelopment plan area. It's about a half an acre site. Gas station has been there. There's no changes to the gas station use. This is part of Sunoco's rebranding, statewide and even nationwide, to sort of clean up, modernize signage and copy of the Sunoco branding. It's actually pretty limited, the package. You know, normally you see a signage package and it's heavy. It's more than what's there. This one is reimaging some of the existing signage. It's removing some other signage, and it's replacing other signage over that. And I think the delta you'll see actually mitigates a lot of what's out there today. But nevertheless, we trigger some bulk relief with that, Mr. Chairman. It's part of a larger undertaking that's not before the planning board. The applicants endeavored about $1 million improvement to this property, the interior of the store, items related to the tanks, things unrelated to the planning board review, but this is part of what I'll call the aesthetic improvement side of it, which is before you folks this evening. With that, Mr. Chairman, and Santo, if you'd like to confirm that the affidavits are in order, we can certainly do that now, and then we can get to our two witnesses.
Thank you, Council. Chairman, having received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application, I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. I'm going to go ahead and mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thanks.
So we'll have two witnesses, Mr. Chairman, for you. First is our project engineer, John Anderson from Cornerstone. John will walk you through the site, the signage that's there today, what's being changed, and then our project planner, Paul Rickey, will testify thereafter to the variance relief, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Council.
Thank you. So I see both in the room now, and John, we'll get to you first now. We'll get you sworn in and qualified in a moment once you get on camera.
Council, if there's anything that's going to be shared that wasn't sent in, that will mark. The rest does not have to be marked.
Certainly. And we won't, what we're going to show you is going to be the previously filed plans with Mr. Anderson's testimony, and then Mr. Rickey's testimony will just be live sworn testimony.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, John, I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Certainly. John Anderson, JOHN,
Thank you.
John, briefly for the, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Council.
I was going to say, John, briefly, for the benefit of the board, your background, educational experience, and your licensing and experience in the state of New Jersey.
Certainly. I'm licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is current and in good standing. I've been licensed as an engineer for over 20 years, practicing in civil engineering, and I've been confirmed in various locations throughout the state of New Jersey: Piscataway, Union City, East Orange, Northfield, and so forth. Done a lot of expert testimony, and I've been working with Sunoco for probably over 20 years.
All right, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Congratulations. You are now qualified by Jersey City as well.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, John, you heard my proffer to the board and realizing the hour. If you could, and you can utilize the plans that we filed, if you can briefly walk the board around the property where we are improving, re-imaging, and replacing signage, and we can briefly discuss what those signage changes are, John.
Certainly. Everybody can see it?
We can.
Yes. Okay. So this is a site plan that was submitted. In a general overview, this is, like Mr. Kelly had indicated, this is a Sunoco gas station. It's located at 457 Grand Street. Grand is towards the top of the page. To the east is Pacific Avenue, and then to the west is Center Street, which beyond Center Street is the elevated portion of Route 78. This is an existing Sunoco gas station with a convenience store. The convenience store building is located to the rear of the property. This is a very odd-shaped triangular property that has 3 street frontages. As Mr. Kelly had indicated, it's just under 15,000 square feet, which is about 0.34 acres. Again, the C store is in the back of the building. There's some parking on either side of it. And there are 2 vehicle fueling canopies located, one on Pacific Avenue and one fronting on Grand Street. They both have 2 multi-product dispensers underneath them. The canopy on Grand Street has a kiosk associated with that for obviously full service attendee to access, the pay area. And then just some other general features of the site, that the underground fueling tanks are here. And as you get to the point or the intersection of Grand Street and Pacific Avenue is a freestanding pylon sign or goalpost sign. So as Mr. Kelly had indicated, this is a re-imaging program associated with Sunoco. The existing freestanding sign that's located at the corner, the only changes to that is the refacing of it. It will stay the same. The panels and size of it and the height of it are the same. It's approximately 20 feet in height. And with the 3 different panels that are located on it, it totals just under 80 square feet at 77.99. And I'll show you the details of these signs as we get through testimony here. That's again existing goalpost sign, location and size and shape is not changing. On the building, we're replacing the existing A+ sign that's located in the front and cleaning up the valances that are around the perimeter of the building. And this sign will be replaced with a Sunoco A+ sign in a different configuration. And the size of that is reducing from 57.2 square feet down to 35.31 square feet. On the canopy, the signage is also reducing in size. We are eliminating several, the canopies themselves have 4 signs located around the perimeter, and I'll show you those in a second. But the canopy signage is reducing in size from existing at 156.4 square feet down to 66.06 square feet. And then the majority of the relief that's being requested is related to what we're calling freestanding signs, and the majority of them are located around the perimeter of the multi-product dispensers and some existing freestanding signage around the canopy and a freestanding sign on an existing signpost back here. This signpost sign is staying the same. It's not being eliminated. And then there are also point of sale signs located in the front of the dispensers along Pacific Avenue. There's one on this side near the tank. There's one on the other side of the dispenser. And then there's a third one that's located along the Grand Street dispenser. And those are existing signs to remain. The existing signage on the dispensers themselves will be removed and replaced with the new imaging components. So we'll take the building This is an existing photo of what is out there today of the building. You can see that there's graphics along the perimeter of the valance of the building. And then the A+ sign, it's an arch sign that's located in the front. The building facade and the valance is being cleaned up and simplified to just a single A+ sign with a wood looking background. This is an internally illuminated sign. And again, that sign is being reduced from 57.2 square feet down to 35.13 square feet. And it cleans up the frontage of the building significantly. The freestanding sign, as I'd indicated previously, this is an existing picture, the before version of the sign. The sign is not being changed in location, size, or height. It's just being re-imaged with a new Sunoco ID at the top. This A+ area is going to be eliminated and changed to Ultratech and A+. It's same size, just being split. And then the existing LED numerals associated with the price of the fuel is also being re-imaged into a blue. But again, the LED is staying, and then the whole metal frame will be painted in blue. It's just an upgrade and a cleaned up version of what is out there today to the new imaging standards that Sunoco is trying to implement. This is a detail that shows the A+. Again, it's an this is the building mounted sign. And it's being proposed at 35.13 square feet. It's an internally illuminated sign, and these are the colors that are associated with it. As we step to the canopy along Grand Street, these are hard to see from the images that we're showing here, but again, the existing canopy image package is a Sunoco channel letters with Horizon graphics and the OFN, or Official Fuels of NASCAR, emblems, and they are being eliminated and removed and replaced in a more simplified fashion with a simplified fascia along the canopy itself, taking the Sunoco letters on the side facing Grand Avenue, and this will be simplified as white Sunoco letters with an illuminated yellow chevron in its front. There will also be a single sign associated with the end of the canopy, as we call these the Sunoco diamond sign, and that will also be internally illuminated. And then as we get to the Pacific Avenue canopy, again, the Pacific Avenue canopy has 4 signs along its frontage, 2 Sunoco ID or channel letter signs, and 2 OFN and Horizon graphics on each of the long ends of the canopy. This canopy will be even more simplified with just Sunoco channel letters facing Pacific Avenue and an illuminated yellow chevron. And then this detail is at the end of one of the canopies, and it's the Sunoco diamond sign, just to give you an understanding of what it's going to look like and the color associated with the canopy itself. Again, this is an internally illuminated sign. It's just another detail on the sign package that was submitted as part of the application. Gives you the Sunoco channel letters and the yellow chevron. And then as we step to the last page of the application, you can see the signage that's being proposed for the existing fueling dispensers. There's on each side of the Sunoco dispenser top is a Sunoco diamond sign, and at the ends is an Ultratech. And then on the panel of the dispenser itself will be another Ultratech sign. And then just this is another detail of how the Sunoco imaging will be shown on the canopies themselves. But in all, just to simplify what we're proposing here, the existing signage that's on the site today totals 358.79 square feet. And with the modifications and removal of some of the signage, we're reducing the overall signage down to 302.56 square feet. And unless you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, John.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our second and final witness, Mr. Chairman, our project planner, Paul Ricky. We'll get him qualified, but I know Paul's been before this board pretty recently, I believe.
Hi, Paul, swear in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
It's Paul Ricky, R-I-C-C-I.
Thank you.
Mr. Ricky, good evening. Yeah, we have qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Thank you. I believe that the site engineer did an excellent job, I think, of clearly articulating this application. From a planning perspective, this is largely an application of betterment and improvement. A couple of things that he didn't point out, and I don't think or recognize as part of this application, is that the facade itself of the building is damaged, that the existing signage on the site is weathered and dated, and there's some deferred maintenance here on the property that the applicant is trying to encourage and to improve the property at this point in time. Just a couple quick background information on this application. The property is located in the commercial zone of the Bates Street redevelopment plan. However, signage is regulated by your underlying zoning ordinance per the plan. I do note that in the redevelopment plan, service stations are a permitted use. So it's section 345-68, which regulates signage in the zoning code. The site engineer really mentioned this, but freestanding signs up to 80 square feet are permitted per street frontage. There are 3 street frontages here. The applicant only proposes one side that conforms. The applicant has permitted 150 square foot building sign that was discussed. The applicant has revised that building sign to conform in the side to the size that's permissible, under the permissible size, under 50 square feet. And we're also permitted canopy signs under the ordinance, and the ordinance isn't ultra clear. I took the most conservative review of your ordinance, and that we're allowed 5 square feet of canopy signage per street frontage, or 15 square feet. Clearly, as part of this application, there's a number of non-conforming signs that exist today. And what we're seeing as part of this application is that the existing freestanding sign and the non-conforming signs that are existing are permitted to remain. So to the extent that variance relief is required for this application, I have largely associated with the dispenser signs that are identified, the small signs on the pumps. 8 Sunoco diamond signs that are 6 square feet each proposes to replace 3 square foot signs. 8 Ultratech signs, 1.5 square feet each. Those are proposed signs on the pumps. 8 Ultratech signs that are 2.5 square feet each, and those are proposed signs. The 2 Sunoco ID signs and 1 Sunoco diamond canopy sign that totals, and the engineer just gave that number. It's later in my testimony. 1 second, excuse me, I apologize. 66.06 square feet would replace where 156.4 square feet exists today. And when you add up those small dispenser signs, there's a total of 31 freestanding signs, where 3 are permissible and where 21 are existing. All remaining signs consist of the legal replacement of existing sign panels or are consistent with the city's sign ordinance. I hope that was a lot of information. Is everyone clear on that? And I'm trying to go quick and as well.
I appreciate that, sir. Yeah, I think we're clear. Is that your testimony?
No, I'll be brief. I promise. But I just want to quickly address the positive and negative criteria. The applicant is requesting the variance relief under the flexible C2 criteria, where we can show that the application supports the purpose of zoning, and the variances can be granted without substantial detriment to your redevelopment plan and your zone plan. Important to recognize, and this is partially mentioned by the site engineer and Mr. Cali, that the total amount of site signage is being reduced on the property from from 358.79 square feet to 302.5 square feet. So while the number of signs are increasing, the displayable message is decreasing by approximately 19%. This would promote the general welfare of the community by making the site more in conformance with your zone plan or Purpose A of the municipal land use law. It's also important to recognize that gasoline service stations are required by law to identify the price of gasoline clearly. Clear identification enhances public safety by providing clear identification of the existing land use, thereby mitigating sudden traffic stops and the like. And while the proposal exceeds the total amount of signage in the property, only the signs on the dispensers do not already exist on the property. And it's my planning position that such signage is modest in area, helps to support the Sunoco brand name, and would really only largely be visible while someone is on the property, rather than within public rights of way. I think of importance is the removal of the 6 canopy signs, which are visible to the traveling public. And as previously mentioned, the existing 156.4 square feet of canopy signage is being reduced to 66.06 square feet. Clearly, the benefits of reducing the amount of signage brings this application more in conformance with your zoning. And that clearly supports Purpose A of the municipal land use law. And as I mentioned, the improvements to the damaged facades, the overall cleanup of the site and the like, the benefits of this application outweigh the detriments. For these reasons, I believe the variances can be granted without substantial detriment to your zone plan and the public good. Since we are reducing signage, there will be no negative impact to the public good or the zone plan. And again, the benefits of the improvements to the property outweigh the detriment. So I'm going quickly given the lateness of the evening, but this is an application that results in sound land use planning and one that meets the burden of proof for bulk variance relief.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Council, is that your presentation?
That is it, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the board's time this evening and hanging in with us at this late hour.
All right, thank you, sir. At this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hands. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak on this application, I move to close the public portion.
I second it.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public's closed. Cam, do you have anything you want to add?
Planning staff agrees with the testimony provided by the professional planner. We don't believe this will have any detriment to the zone plan or the master plan or any of the objectives and goals to the redevelopment plan. I'm only going to ask that the applicant's attorney agree to the 3 conditions stated in the planning staff report dated September 1st of this year. And with the agreement to those conditions, planning staff would recommend approval.
We do agree.
Great, thank you, council. All
Thank
right,
you.
I'll entertain.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-233 as presented to the board this evening for approval, together with staff
Second.
recommendation and conditions.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval with conditions.
Acting Vice Chair Gongadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston. One more time, Chris.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
motion carries, all in favor.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, folks. Have a good night.
Thank you, council. You too. All right, it is 9:59. Our next application. I don't think we have Mr. Lean. I guess Mr. Harrington's taking it. Could offer you 5 minutes. I don't know if we can get it done in 5 minutes.
Just amendments, and there's nothing left in terms of the portable unit says. Let's give them a shot.
That application keeps coming back every couple of months.
And in fact, this will be the last one that we
the
carry.
same
over.
time.
New slate. Let's get it
This is
done.
like five years I've been waiting for that
Go,
building to get
Chuck,
built.
go.
Okay.
Go, Chuck, go.
For the record, Charles Harrington O'Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. We did provide public notices for this, even though there are no deviations. And I just asked that they be reviewed and marked into the record, and we'll move right into Mr. Garber, who tells me he can do this in under 5 minutes.
All right, council, let me call the applicant. Just to make it all cut and dry, we'll call item 17, case P22-211 is a preliminary and final major site plan amendment for 342 Johnston Ave.
Chairman, for the record, I am receiving the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to 342 Johnson Avenue here in the city. All does appear to be in order. It's marked as A1 for purposes of the record.
All right, thank you, council.
Okay, and Mr. Garber.
Mr. Garber, we're going to mark that as A2 when you get there.
You're muted, Richard.
I can have that sent to you by morning. Yes.
Okay, so let's get Mr. Garber sworn in and qualified.
Now, Rich, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
It's Richard Garber, Garber, and my license is current.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garber, and we've qualified you in the past. You are qualified, and I do ask out of respect, considering yesterday was Labor Day, and me and Commissioner Torres are still celebrating our Labor Day. We never stop celebrating Labor Day, and respect for the America. Let's keep this under 5 minutes.
Absolutely, and I second Mr. Torres's comments that he's been waiting 5 years to see this building built. I have as well. I have as well, gentlemen and ladies.
The mechanic was in that building. That's where I used to get my car fixed.
So this I believe will be the last time you see it. We are under CDs on this one, construction documents, and will be seeking building permits soon. There have been a couple of very, very modest changes, not changing any of the building metrics significantly. You see the building here. We think it's a beautiful building on this corner of Johnston and White, and I'll go through the materials. I'm going to actually skip the zoning maps. You see here the approved resolution from when we were last before with this building, which is September 28th, 2021. And then tonight, number of units stays the same, number of affordable stays the same. The unit mix has changed slightly in that we've upped from 1 studio to 3 studios, and that's because of some reconfiguration of the stair cores. And what the stair cores do is actually create more facade for us, so that we've reoriented the building a little bit. I'll explain what I mean by that. But in terms of the significant building metrics, you'll see the commercial space has increased by about 20 square feet. The total building gross floor area has increased by about 16 square feet, and the resiliency space stays the same. None of the variances that were previously granted have changed. You see the blue-green is the structure height, which is 8 stories because of the density and resiliency bonuses we have. So this is all consistent with what we have before. I'll show you the before and after plans very quickly. So before, what was previously approved on September 28th, 2021 is on the left. Tonight's plans that we are currently developing are on the right. So you see what we've done, and I'll use this drawing to show you, we've taken the cores, which are split on either side of the building, which would be a fine solution for a mid-block building, not so much for a corner building, and we've compartmentalized them. We've tightened them up and pushed them deep into the building. What that's done is allow us to open all of Johnston, including the corner of Whiten, to retail, the green that you see, and we've moved the lobby to the Whiten side, where it's a little bit more quiet, which I think makes a fair amount of sense. So the lobby is over here. As we go up, you see that core gets really, really tight. This is the resiliency space in red, and this all works per egress and so forth. We've checked it. And again, what that does is it really allows us to get a larger depth in the units on Whiten Street and a little bit more glass because of that. Continuing through, The floor plans, I talked about the unit mix, the building footprint is basically the same. And then when we get up to that 7th and 8th floor, this is still at 59% coverage, as was originally agreed to with this application, because it's a corner on the upper floors. You see the 8th floor. And then the proposed roof plan, again, green roof is located here. We have reoriented the roof deck so that it's actually more on both Whiten and Johnston, which we think is really great. And then I have the individual floor plans, which you saw. I'll go through them again very quickly. But again, every time I advance, you see the tightness of that core, making for a more efficient building, which I think is great. Now, in terms of the materials themselves, they have not changed. I've clarified them a little bit through our construction documentation. We have a darker brick, an onyx smooth brick, which is a gray, but that gray is contrasted with a kind of a silver metal panel. Let me actually go to the rendering, and so you can see that. So a silver metal panel that exists, if you can see my mouse, under and above the windows. And then that silver metal panel is matched by a cementitious fiber panel that is also quite light. It matches the silver for the 7th and 8th floor. So the building has a kind of verticality, even though it's a square building in footprint. One thing I want to bring to the board's attention just briefly, I'm going to scroll back down to the front elevation here, is that line of windows. We do think we'll have some mechanical ventilation, which I'm circling with my mouse here. So that glass may very well be replaced with louvers here. And I'm showing the board that because that's a little bit different than what you saw in the rendering. And then on the side, we do still show a transformer vault here. If that transformer vault goes away, and PSE&G can provide power without the transformer vault, which we prefer, that will just be used for storage space or something like that. So we think that that location ends up being quite nice for that. I hope I'm not going too fast. Building sections, again, 8 stories. And I'll leave you all with this rendering, which we think is really sharp. And if approved tonight, we're hoping we can break ground at some point this year. We're wrapping up CDs hopefully within the next month. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Barbara. There's balconies that were relocated.
The balconies, sure, I can go back. I should have spoken about that a little bit. So if you look in the before and afters, we did have balconies in the before. I'm circling them, if you could see my mouse, along the front in 3 locations, and the corner wrapped, and then a wrap in the corner here, and 2 locations in the rear. We've changed that to have actually this may be a little bit inconsistent with the rendering, but we still have corner wraps, as well as 1 balcony here and 2 balconies in the rear in our current submission. And these are the plans that are being developed.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I have no questions. Anybody else for Mr. Garber?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question in reference to their recycling and garbage needs. How are they setting that up?
Sure, that's a great question. So I'm now on the proposed first floor plan. So we have a trash room that, if you can see my mouse, is just under stair A, and that trash room has an access directly through this small vestibule into the garage. And so trash will be moved on collection days out. This will probably be private collection given the size of the building. That's an owner decision. But from the trash room out, it'll be stored in the trash room, and it can be out and comes right out the garage on collection days on Whiten Street. The trash room has a compactor in it. So as you see, there's a location for trash on every floor with some modest recycling storage and a chute that is accessed from every floor. So we think we have a good handle on how trash will be managed in this 55-unit building.
All right, so this chute will go right directly into the compactor?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right. And it's set for what, 55 units?
Correct. Correct. And
All
the
right.
that trash room exists. I'm just forwarding through the plans. You see it on every floor. So every floor has access to it at the level of the resident level. In other words, they don't have to go up or downstairs or the elevator or anything to access it. So it's, I think it'll be well managed.
Yeah.
And Mr. Garber, just to piggyback off of Commissioner Stamato, the recycling is handled, there's no chute for recycling, correct?
There is an issue for recycling, so there are bins, smaller collection bins would be available on the floors, and then larger bins in the trash room downstairs. And the recycling would be, sorted by some combination of residents and building management and also put out.
Okay, so that would be brought down to the first floor by building staff, correct?
I can't say for sure if it's building staff or residents, but there will be we care about recycling in these kinds of buildings, so we think it's manageable. I mean, in the building I live in, we bring everything down. This one will have as I said, a trash chute for rubbish. Recycling will be managed at the point of trash room locations as well as down at the base.
Yeah, I would just hope that it's building staff. I don't think somebody living on the 8th floor
Sure.
would.
Actually, it will. I've just confirmed it will be building staff, Chris. Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
That's it for me. Anybody else? Any questions?
No, that's it for me.
That's it for us.
I think we're done.
Except for the vote. Oh,
Well, anything else?
I do got a quick question. I just want to point it out. The balconies that we have up there on the top.
Yeah. Let me
You
start.
have them covered at the bottom of the balconies. I noticed that nothing could,
Mr. Torres, can you repeat the question?
the glass part of that balcony, is there a gap between the balcony and the, on the glass part?
No,
Or is that like straight down to the concrete?
you're seeing a clear railing.
Yes.
There would be a
small gap.
We don't have the detail, but yeah, it has to be, I think by code, it needs to be less than 4 inches. So I don't have a detail yet of that, but it'll be, per code. Probably doesn't make sense to sit the glass, off the top of my head.
And that is that setback from there, or that goes straight down?
Oh, no, it's setback. Yeah, I don't.
On there is setback, right?
Setback, setback,
Okay.
Modestly, but it's setback, yes.
Yeah.
That's a good
I
point.
like the aspect. I just want to bring it up that,
Yeah, I can
architect and
certainly-
engineers will look for a safety way on that code for the 4 inches, so not go.
Yeah, you can see the railing is, I mean, I don't know if you can see in the
Yes.
drawing I have up, but that railing is actually set in our plan. Yes.
Good.
Okay, I like that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thanks, Eddie. Anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Garber? All right, Mr. Harrington, anything else?
That's it.
Okay, so at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public trying to get through this too quick. If anybody's here from the public to comment on this application, please raise your hands. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Chair, Mr. Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak on this application, I move to close the public portion.
Second it.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, do you have anything you want to add?
Only that the applicant's attorney agreed to the conditions in the staff report, and otherwise, all of the changes are fairly minor. And planning staff recommends approval.
And we agree to the conditions of approval in the staff report.
All right, great, Council.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-211 as presented to the board for approval together with staff recommendation
Second.
and condition.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gungadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
I'm gonna say it again and again, this building, hopefully there's a lot of buildings in that area that got built. But the area doesn't look like it changed much. Right in, going south towards Liberty Park, and when you're leaving, going north, this is the last thing you see when you come into Jersey City from coming north. Did you see when you're going into Liberty Park? I really can't wait to make all those other buildings, now you can't tell they're there. And the little corner looks like an eyesore. So keep my fingers crossed and hopefully we'll see the building built and not have to make another amendment on this one. And with that, I do vote a definite aye. I always like the way the building looks. Great job with it.
Thank you.
I vote aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I think the changes are, they're minor, but I think, the extension of the retail space, I think is a great look for the building. I think it's a good change, I think, for, pulling those stair towers into the core more. I think it makes it a better project, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to vote aye.
Motion carries. All in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so that brings us to 10:17. Cam, do you want to start? Looks like we have two tonight.
So there, Michael Higgins has carried all of his remaining applications, but that still leaves one attorney, and I'll go specifically through them one by one, the ones that he's carried. But there is Rosemary Moyana Matos, who I need to bring up here, but I don't see them on the attendees. So I will have to defer to our attorney and chair as to how you want to handle that. But anyway, in the meantime, the remaining applications that were to be heard tonight, but have contacted us to let us know they request to carry with preservation of notice to September 19th are the following cases. So item 19 on the agenda, address is 823 Newark Avenue. The case is P23-056. It was for a preliminary and final major site plan with variances. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to September 19th. After that, 20, case P2023-0046. It was for a site plan amendment with variances. Address was 278. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we voted to carry that. Item 21 on the agenda. This was a site plan amendment, address 1618 and 20 Nevin Street, case number P23-065. Attorney Michael Higgins requested to carry with preservation of notice to September 19th. And then the last item on the agenda, item 23, case P23-045. It was for a conditional use. Address 398 Pacific Avenue. They have requested to carry with preservation of notice to September 19th. And that is everything except for, like I said, still didn't hear from 608 Grove.
Okay, so we don't have Ms. Matos. We have a hand raised.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Okay, Haynes Co. has been promoted.
Hi, how you doing?
How are you, Mr. Coe? Are you connected
Good.
to that street application?
Yes, the 608 Grove. Did my lawyer not send you a notice for the preservation of notice?
Go
ahead.
I did not receive communication for a request to carry with preservation of notice. We have notice on file. Yet to
Okay,
be- Yeah,
so does Miss Wayanamata still have to let you know to carry to the 19th, or?
I mean, if you can confirm that they've requested to carry with preservation of notice, that would be good.
Okay, can you just give me 1 second? I'll give her a call right now. I apologize.
Okay.
So we got through every application that was carried from the last meeting. Yay.
We did.
And plus one.
We did.
The grant, 268.
So is that the only one we're waiting for? Is the confirmation from Ms. Matos?
Yes,
Yes.
Chairman, why don't we go ahead and memorialize resolutions then?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's move on to memorialization of resolutions and come back to this.
Chair, I have 6 resolutions. First resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City approving conditional use applicant City Farm LLC for conditional use approval, 298 Central Avenue, Block 3801, Lot 25. That case number is P23-048. Second resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City approving a site plan extension of the preliminary and final major site plan approval with deviations and conditions. Applicant is 290 Cole Street, owner LLC, for approval of 2 one-year site plan extension of the previously approved preliminary and final major site plan with deviation and conditions. Property address is 286 Cole Street, 258-282 6th Street, Block 6008, lots 1 and 2.01. That case number is P23-100. Third resolution, resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. Applicant is 184 Morgan Street, fee owner LP for minor site plan approval with deviations, 331-349 Marion Boulevard, 180-184 Morgan Street, and 181-191 Bay Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 11507, lot 6.01. That case number is P22-208. Fourth resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant 701 Newark Avenue LLC for preliminary and final major site plan approval for address is 693-701 Newark Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 7902, lots 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29. Case number is P23-108. The fifth resolution of the City of Jersey City, case number is P-23-047. Applicant for minor subdivision approval, address is 31 Woodlawn Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 25902, lots 13, decided on Tuesday, August 8, 2023. Final resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P23-046. Application for minor subdivision approval, address is 27 Woodlawn Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 25902, lot 14, decided on Tuesday, August 8, 2023.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for memorialization. Could I have a roll call, please, Cam?
Acting Vice Chair Gongadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor to memorialize resolutions.
All right, do we have an answer from Ms. Matos yet?
I tried to give her a call, but she's not picking up. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
Mr. Coe, you're the representative of the applicant, Greener on Grove LLC?
Yes, I'm the CFO of the company.
Okay, Mr. Coe, in light of the fact that Ms. Matos isn't here on behalf of the entity, are you agreeing to carry it until the next meeting on September 21st, Chairman, 19?
19.
Yes, I am. Yes, the 19th is fine.
All right. So Chairman, that's sufficient for our purposes. We'll accept the representation of Mr. Coe as the CFO of the entity that is the applicant. And sir, if you could just have Ms. Matos reach out to planning, that would be most appropriate.
I'll have her do that first thing in the morning. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Case P23-028 for conditional use at 608 Grove Street to a date certain, September 19th. That's our next scheduled meeting with preservation of notice. So unless Santo, do you need an executive session for anything?
I do not, Chairman.
Okay, neither do I. Anybody else?
In that case, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to adjourn this wonderful meeting.
A second it.
All right, motion and second. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Right, gentlemen.